I hope there's a lot of things that have not changed. I feel like this is not going to work, but it looks like it's working. Hey, how you guys doing? Welcome back to another. We have a Kia K5. We're doing all the sides in the back. We're going to be doing 20%, and it's going to be in ceramic. So that's a cool thing. Very excited for that one. Ceramic in the middle of winter. Heck yeah. Because he looks ahead. If you're going to go for it, go for it. Don't hold back. What is up? All right, so we got some stuffs. We got some stuffs to get going here. Who are you? Has it been that long? We are doing Pro Nano. Fresh cut. Oh! Yeah. You see that about every like 5 or 6 months. I get about 2 to 3 haircuts a year. I hate going to get a haircut. You never feel so much like, it's not even like, it is funny. You sit there in the chair, or you get the thing. You feel like a little kid, like every time you get my hair cut. And then I just don't like making time to go. It's like getting an oil change. It's quick. It doesn't take that long, but I just hate making time for it. It's like it's just another thing to do, and it's like, oh, I'll do it tomorrow, and then it never happens. Started on a car 30 minutes ago. I'm going to try to race your ass. I think you'll be fine. I think you got it. I'm just going to sit here and enjoy a coffee. You work hard, buddy. See, and what's nice is you can just kind of keep, like, you swoop it back, and then it just kind of like, so it's long, but it doesn't seem near as long until you wash it. And then it's like, oh, okay. But they told me the sides and the back always grows faster, so you want to cut that. The top doesn't need to get cut quite as drastically. Hey, starting off the day with a big one.
Daniel Rayner super chatted $9.99. Gumustar Lord Tint.
Gumustar Lord Tint. Daniel Rayner with a 10. Thank you, sir. How are you doing? Como esta, po? Cam link. There we go. I should fix that. Yay, the magic is working. Now we need to throw I think we need to throw a microphone on it. Where did that guy go? That's where that guy go. You looks young. My wife said I look 5 days younger. That too. It, like, haircuts make me look like a little kid again. It's my greatest trick. Hit that like button. Do you think ceramic film is just as effective if it's installed over a non-ceramic film? Yes. Should be. I can't, probably. Because effectively how it works is like, so there's 2 ways. The laws of thermodynamics. I was told this a while ago, and it sounds all fancy. But basically, there are 2 ways to get heat off of something. And it's basically like you're either reflecting it away, which is where you would get mirror films, or you're either kind of absorbing it and then letting it, what is the word? disperse, I guess, just kind of like radiate back off the glass. So the thing with a car is versus a house is that it's moving. So not when it's sitting in a parking lot, but it starts to absorb that heat, and then as you're driving, all that heat is then coming off of your glass. Dissipate. You, sir, you get a trophy. That's the word I was thinking of. So with a house, like this is why the glass can crack, because if it just sits there absorbing heat, it's got to go somewhere. And, you know, there's probably not enough wind all times of day to take it away, so eventually that house can crack, or the glass can crack. So that's why you're going to see like more subtle reflective films and mirror films on houses. Not so much on cars anymore because it's just like, you know, you stand out a lot more and stuff. Wayne, the client is here. He has been watching some of the videos. Your car looks really good in this lighting. It made one really nice thumbnail. I'm glad that it's red. Also, I like the interior. These K5s, Kia stepped up their game strong. Can I tint my windows with Flex Seal? You could. You just probably can't see unless you use their clear stuff. Looks like it's time to break out the heat lamp so we know for sure. It's one of those things like, and we're doing all the sides and the back, so no windshield on this one. He might be back in the future for one. It is definitely one of those things that you're going to feel through the windshield after you do all the sides. That's why it's kind of cool to like clear up. You know, there's a lot of like foo-foo fluff around carbon and ceramic, and like, you know, I would like to be able to talk up more things other than heat rejection. And to be honest, there are little things with like color and stuff from the outside. So you might see like a little silvery or, you know, slight little color differences between films. But most of the time, like the feature selling point is heat rejection, and they're all pretty clear. They're all pretty good as long as you have a decent quality film. All right, chat, you can try and sell them. All right, so let's throw this on and get started. I have to work. Why do I have to work? Come in this morning, sit down, have a coffee. No, we gotta work. I gotta clean these too. There's some definite stuff on my glasses. TikTok said ceramic is only dark from one side. You know, that's the thing. And you start hearing all these little things pop up, and then people are like, oh, cool. So I can get it completely blacked out and then still be able to see through it. And there's a lot of little camera tricks with, like, auto exposure and stuff like that. Do we have this program? But I think that's it. But like that's just how are we good? I think we're good. I was just making sure there wasn't any double audio or anything. Okay. Cool. Nice. But yeah, there's a lot of weird like myths and stuff. It's like random talking points that don't make sense or aren't true. So then people are like, hey, you know, on the phone, they're like, hey, so like ceramic looks darker on the outside than the inside. It's like, all films do. Oh, well, what about this? I mean, I could tell you yes, but actually no. And it's like, aw. I got a bunch of towels. Sun Distributing gave me 3 new ones to play around with, so I don't really have a reason to do it on a windshield today, but I got some more towels to throw over stuff, so that's cool. We'll try them out here and there. Oh, I've been wanting to try these things ever since I saw them too. I got the Fusion fusion little thingies here. What is this one? The side piece, and then the reflex. I don't like the size so much, and this feels a little rough. But I mean, they're trying to make it ergonomic here. So my question is, will I be able to get this edge? Actually, I should just match it up. I should just match it up towards a triangle or tri-edge, which is my favorite. Because my biggest issue is always reach. See, that's thicker. I don't know. I don't really think that's gonna be any better. It's maybe got a slimmer profile there. This is slimmer here. Huh. So what's gonna be the advantage? I'm guessing this is just their take on a side card because they'd never had one. So we're gonna throw that in there and give it a try, but we're definitely gonna keep our tried and trues on the ready, wherever those may be. Okay, I've been filming, so everything's kind of a mess. But this should be fun. It's always nice to be able to bring some new tool to the stream, something that I'm actually interested in. Has anybody used them? I'm curious. I'm curious on what your guys' thoughts are so far. Are they any better? Are they any worse? Are they cool? So, we got a couple things on this car. We have the front quarter windows, which I've done many times on here already. And they're not exactly the most fun, but we're going to plot them, and those should turn out good. The next thing is the brake light on the back. So we gotta loosen that up. What? Hey, I don't want to make your job harder. Could I add the windshield to a 70? Sure. It's an extra 200 for the windshield. If you want to go ahead with that. We can definitely do it. That definitely does not make my life more annoying. It's fine. Heck yeah. I think that's the first. Is that the first upsell we've had on stream, guys? I think so. Most of the time, whatever we get. Oh, there was one guy early on. That we went from like front doors to match to like all the sides in the back on a new Tahoe with carbon. Woo! That's amazing. Okay. We might flip the car around when it comes time for the windshield. That's one reason it's facing this way. Which is cool because chat likes to go for a drive. We always stand here in a garage with cars. They want to drive it. There's that. Okay, so before we do that, let's move some of this out of the way. I got a tool set. A really lame tool set. I'm so annoyed at this tool set. So I got this at, I mean, it's $100 from or is it from Costco? But their display, they had a plastic sheet over this thing, and it looks like it was not made for the way that they put that plastic sheet on. So they took probably about 20 screws and just, so I got holes through the entire thing. It's so dumb. But now, hopefully I'll be able to keep track of some stuff. I haven't used it yet, so like, you know, you got your 13 mil and your 10 mil. Those are the first things to go. Do I get to use a slightly bigger one? Oh, okay. I gotta go for the slightly bigger one. So my goal with this one is to never lose anything. We'll see how long that lasts. So, if we're gonna be removing or loosening the brake light, can't get enough 10 millimeters. Oh, I know it. And that's, you know, of course, that's what everything uses. That's why they're all missing. So we're gonna lower this. This is like, oh, there we go. This is like the easiest thing to make your life easier on the K5. They have these push pins right here. So 1, 2, 3. So what you do, it's very unlike most headliners actually. So these just pop down. And they do that so you can get at a couple, like 3 bolts. 1, 2, 3 right in there. So let me see if I can grab a light. And then this guy. I feel a little greasy. Jose! Hi!
Jose 78 Rios super
Okay,
chat
so
at
this is
$9.99. I
This is
told my
Lucy.
nephews to watch your videos because I'm very bad teacher. They make me angry and I get stressed. I learned a lot from you. Now it's time for them to learn from you.
I think this is a 10. I think I've had a 12 on here, but I think this is not a 13. Maybe 10. 11? Let me check. Hey!
David Weimer super chatted $5.
Ah, it is a 10. Of course, it's not an 11. It's a 10. So what did I have? I thought I was getting away with using a 12 on here somehow. Okay, so 2. First, Jose, I told my nephews to watch your videos because I'm a very bad teacher. They made me angry. I get stressed. I learn a lot from you. Now it's time for them to learn from you. My younger brother, it's kind of funny with all that because I used to yell at him a lot when I was teaching him, but he didn't seem like he wanted to learn. I get really frustrated trying to teach people that don't want to learn. That's where I always had a problem. But if you want to learn and you're ambitious, ugh. Like, if you don't want to learn, then, like, why am I teaching you? So we would hire people, you know, that say, like, yeah, I want to learn, I want to work. And then they treat it like a regular job, not realizing how hard it is. All right, so all you need to do is loosen them. If you take them all out, it's going to make it really hard to get that brake light back in. So it's kind of like an Impala, where the brake light sits up here, you loosen it up, and you kind of like pull it down a little bit, and you can tuck all the film back there without having to pull it out. It makes your life a little bit easier. No, this is a 6.2. Maybe it was an 11 that I was using. I don't know. Whatever the case. Yeah, like, I would have assumed either 10 or 13. Like, that's what you always jump to. But for whatever reason, I thought they were bigger than they actually were. But yeah, 10 mils right there. There's 3 of them. You saw there's just like 1, 2, 3. Pull the headliner down a little bit, and they're super easy to get to. Super duper easy to get to. Where's my preppy stuff for the windshield? Do we not? Oh yeah, we do. We'll use this one. Oh, and David, thank you for the 5. Fog machine. Yes. Yes, we have that back today. Okay, so we're going to do this, and then we're going to move on over to the windshield. Maybe it was a DIY repair. No, they were brand new. I just know I had a socket that just happened to work, and sometimes like it would skip, but for the most part it worked. And then I finally got like a whole set. So this is pretty much going to be my goal, I guess, with every tool set. It's like literally everything just gets used for what it is, and we'll put it back there, and that'll be that. That's not how it's going to happen, though. I'm going to grab something, and then I'm going to use it for something else, and then I'm going to toss it over in a corner somewhere. Oh, boy.
David Weimer super chatted $5. More fog. BC, I have a ceramic job today.
Heck yeah. Dude, that's awesome. Congrats on the ceramic job. What are you doing? David with another 5. All right, let's do this right here. I don't want to go too deep on this. Let's get the seal wrapped up. Mercedes C-Class Coupe. Nice, very nice. Mercedes is always a pretty fun one to get. C-Class is pretty safe. There's one Mercedes Coupe that drives me crazy, and I don't remember exactly what it was called, but I had to do those quarters like maybe about 10 to like 15 times, I think. They're the ones that, so it's a coupe, and the top, like, it's not a convertible, it's a coupe, but the back windows go down like it is a convertible. Points to anybody that can tell me what that one is, 'cause I don't remember what it was. So you either have to like take all the trim off to make your life way easier, and they said something about like the exterior trim also needs to come off. So I'm like, I'm just gonna do this 1,000 times. That's the E-Class Coupe. Thank you. Yeah, that one sucks. I suppose it might not be so bad now if I can just plot it out, but at the time it was hand cut only. It was just one of those things that came in for like the front doors and the back doors. No back window. Or back quarter windows. Where's my points? 5 points to Gryffindor. How often do you use a plotter? I use it for little nuisance things, and then sometimes the back window. Today, we're pretty much exclusively going to be using it for those front quarters. I don't use it for much. There we go. We'll give points to Gryffindor. Oh boy. Where is it?
Jose78 Rios super chatted $4.99.
Why did it not work? Oh, it did
Fuck
that.
time.
That's why. Hey! Jose! Jose with the 5. Every once in a while. So I had to learn some old school DJ stuff to get that to work, and that's stuff I never knew about. So you set up like scenes, and then you have this like blackout mode for like your control board and stuff. So basically, like it turns on scene 1, and then it puts it in blackout mode. And every once in a while, it just automatically switches to scene 2, and I have no idea why. So maybe I should do the same thing with scene 2. Oh my God. Just get this going straight. There we go. So we'll get this all taped up. And then more prep with the windshield. Are you going to Orlando? No. Nope, I will not be able to make it this year. We have far too many things back here this year. I did go down to Alabama, though. See, going down to, like, we want to go down to Florida, but I don't think it's in, I don't think that's in the cards this year. So, also the other thing is, like, going for like a work thing. Like, and it's like, it's a tint vacation, but that doesn't make it like a family vacation, so that's even harder this time, because any vacations that we take, like, need to be really family focused. Turn on. There we go. Let's put all the windows up. And then, oh yeah, it's great down there. It's 19 degrees here, so yeah, I'm a little jealous. Like a lot of jealous. But looks like we're gonna be staying in, talked about moving out of state for a while, because I always wanted to go to a warmer state. Looks like we're gonna be staying in Michigan for a long time. Do you cover everything up? Or is it just for the stream? No, it's for everything. I used to not. So if you go back, you progressively see me covering up more and more things. And like, you know, we found plastic, then we started taping, and I was just like playing around with the tape. I really wasn't intending on using it on every car. But I heard about, you know, some sheathing tape, and I was like, all right, I'll give it a try. And then I liked it so much that I just started doing it on everything. So there's like a clear amount more prep time that goes into what I do here now than just a quick like wipe the windows down. Thank you.
And then there's the truth. Super chatted $4.99. What's up? When I
What a
cut the
username.
front and back edges of the side windows, I have a hard time getting a straight edge. It's like I cut into the time a bit.
Thank you so much for the 5. And then there's the truth. What a username. Thank you for the 5. When I cut the front edges and the back edges, the side windows, I have a hard time getting a straight edge. It's like I cut into the time a bit. What do you mean by you cut into the time? Like you cut into the seal a bit? Well, let me find what we're using, and then we'll go from there. I cut into the tint a bit. Oh, that's not abnormal, really. So, from what I'm guessing is you're like creating a little notch in it. I can understand that. And I can explain kind of that, because I used to do it a lot. And it's really not that big of a deal. It does make it a little ugly, and you can have like really big ones. Oh shit, I'm like halfway through. Okay, let me put glyphosate on this dryer sheet, and then we'll get to your question, because I can show you better on this car. I just don't want to wipe off my window and then get spray everywhere. Then do the right percent. I always do the right percent. We're doing 20 and 70 on the windshield. All in ceramic. What's that? I did say 70. Yep, we're doing 70. Oh, that's weird. What, did you go higher than usual for the glassate at the top? It's not. It's the same. There's extra tall dots here, so I go right to the edge of that. Always. So it's no different on this car. Maybe it looks like it, because it's hard to see, but you see how much wider that is? So normal dots are like here, and now it's here. I believe you said no windshield on this car? I did. But he's hanging out in chat. And now we're doing it. Okay, so we're gonna jump back over there. This one is a little interesting on the cutout. So we never go into the cutout because spraying and messing with the cameras can cause bad things to happen. So we're just gonna follow this like it was flush against the glass. So we're gonna have a little cutout out here, but it's gonna look real clean, so. There we go. Now we can prep it. Do you have certain tools to remove the rear view mirrors? This will remove most of them. This is a T20, Torx 20, or T15s will work too. And this will remove Ford mirrors. Those are the only two. Not the annoying Ford mirrors, but it removes the easy to remove Ford mirrors. Other than that, there's like nothing else. There's no other real special tools. There's one special one to like help put the Ford mirrors back on. Can you tint? Okay, so with the eyesight system on Subarus, so I had a nice conversation with, I got to see some in person. It was cool. One of the perks of working with a glass company is they would have a tech come in. They would have to pay $250 for every recal. From what he said, Subaru is the most strict. It's like bragging rights for them. They're the most strict of any company when it comes to their mirror recalibrations. So it's like this whole module thing with these, with like this grid system, and each grid is manufactured or made in a particular way for each particular car. Like they all like have to see a certain pattern to recalibrate themselves. So like you basically center the car, you tape all these little things, make sure it's level, and then you have to measure out like 10, 20, 30 feet, depending on the car, probably not quite 30 feet, but somewhere in there. And then you have these things sitting here, and then you run a computer, and then it recalibrates it. He said with the Subaru one, you can be off by like a couple of millimeters, and then it'll not take. Where some cars, you could be off a fair amount, and it'll still take. So to answer your question, you can, but leave that up to the customer, because they're super touchy systems. They say don't even put Rain-X on the windshield for those. Would you be okay? From what I generally hear, yes, but that is taking somebody else's safety into your own hands. So if they want to use that system, just tell them don't expect it to work the same way anymore. Leave it up to them. There are potential legal things there too, so I don't know, be smart. I just don't cover up cameras in general, and the eyesight system is in the headliner, so it's kind of like you can make some, what I've seen with windshield strips are big cutouts. There's quite a few guys, like even in my group, that are like, just do them. And I get it, but I wouldn't, I don't make that decision. I don't make that decision for the customer. I'd let them make that decision. You can probably do the K5s with your eyes closed right now. I have had quite a few of them. Which spray tip? I don't care that much. I mean, I kind of still lean towards the cone tip a little bit because I've used them for so long, but I don't really feel super strong about the fan tip. I think the fan tip is like good because like you can do that, right? And you pretty much coated your whole window. With a cone tip, you're making like an overlapping circle. But, you know, either one, like, I'm totally cool with both of them. There's times that I wish that I had a cone tip, so if I'm touching up like a windshield or something and I have to spray like a little jet, you can't do that with the fan tip. But I can still miss things with a cone tip, so hey, it's like my biggest drawback. But you'll see me probably use this for a while because in order to switch it out, I just have to go change it. Maybe we should do that on one side then, and we'll just go back to like having fan on one side, cone on the other. That sounds healthy. Should find my other knife too. What have you been doing all week? Yeah, things have been a little slow in combo with other things that I've had to do. Some of that has been personal stuff, and some of that has been worky stuff. So, kind of just taking advantage of it being a little slower. I'm excited for it to be like jam-packed again, but it's definitely been a little slow. Got that Audi taken care of. That brake light finally came in. So I paid for like next day shipping. And as far as I can tell, it was definitely not next day shipping. And then it got delayed a little bit. And then it was just like, it's just a nightmare trying to get that part in. I guess not a nightmare. It could have been worse. But, you know. Just want to get it fixed quick, and nobody had it, including all the dealerships. So they're like, yeah, it'll take us about 7 to 10 days, which is like where I ordered it from was the same, 7 to 10 days, and to like get the part in, and then they got to ship it out. But I have the broken one as a souvenir, so that's cool. Oh shit, you guys are supposed to remind me about notching the film or not. Alright, let me do it on the other one. We still got a set of doors to cut out, so we'll do it on the next one. Unless I forget again. Yesterday, like, I had a couple people that said that they were going to schedule, and then they ended up not. That was kind of a bummer. You get, like, they're, like, real excited on the phone, and they're like, okay, yeah, I'll leave a deposit. Yeah. And then just, like, nothing. They're powder-coated red dots. Yeah, those look sick. I like them. Glad that somebody's actually sending those things out. Oh, that's high. It's way high. Better. All right, we'll do this one. And we gotta do the next one. And then the next one. Oh, the Sharpie method. I remember we were gonna try that kind of soon. But I guess that's not today now. Okay, so let's separate this. Put one on each side. Bippity bop. Last week I only did one thing, then this week like 6, so better week. Want to do, why is winter times? What? So better week. Oh, I gotcha. So this week was better than last week. That's good. Yeah, I got quite a bit of phone calls in the beginning of the week. And then things kind of like tapered off. So, scheduling sporadic appointments right now for the most part. There's good and bad. You can use a Sharpie on the back doors. I know, but somebody super chatted, so we're gonna talk through notches. So using the Sharpie wouldn't be helpful for that. We'll do Sharpie another time. All right. So, notching your tint accidentally. I used to do it quite a bit. You're putting the blade in too soon. So, like, your tint's bunched up. So, I'd say especially when you double cut it. It's really easy to, because it's a little difficult to kind of see where your edges are. So we're going to tack these patterns together and make them one. We're going to cut away our extra and basically just make it overlap everything. So we got plenty of space. This looks a little weird. Why does that look a little weird? Okay. So typically I'll start at the bottom. You can definitely use a factory edge. There's no rhyme or reason to like doing it this way. It's just kind of like less shifting of the film, so that's just how it goes. So we're gonna cut the bottom edge off. That's not a big deal. But the sides were the question. So this is a pretty abrupt drop off. It's a plastic edge. There's no rubber here. So it's just kind of straight shot down like most seals, but just a hard plastic edge here. So what you want to do is either one of two things. You can start at the bottom, which will make it a little bit easier for you to get your blade in where you need it to be. Or if you start in the top, kind of like I do, I don't start at the very top corner. I start like a little ways back. It's just easier for me to go from top to bottom, straight down. So you're gonna have to press your film in here, and then if you see this little like swoop here, this little bend against the plastic, start a little higher up, because if you just start at the part that's flat at the glass, that's not touching where the plastic is, so that's where you're gonna put an ugly notch in it. You gotta start a little bit higher up, and then you pinch it right into where it needs to go, and then that's where you can take your blade and go all the way down. And if you do it right, you shouldn't see a notch right there. But that's kind of where those are gonna come from. And I've had really bad ones. A little one isn't a big deal. You don't have to make that edge completely flush, because at the end of the day, it's getting all tucked into the sides and you can never see it. So if it's little and you widen your sides out, it's totally fine. But see, we're starting here, little bit of blade out, and then we just, that's why it's happening. I used to do it all the time though. Used to just cut it, and then I have this like ugly notched area, so it would be about this far back. Because you like essentially cut into the film, and then you like drag your blade into the hard part of the seal, or the flat part of the seal, and then cut it down. So that's where that's coming from. So we have overlap here, we have overlap here. So that's where obviously if I only had a small notch, you would never see it. But no notches is always better. Cool. Not bad. Thanks for my order of glass aid. Love it. Best idea ever. Damn. I appreciate that a lot. You're very welcome. Glad you like it. I just checked the other day. I totally forgot that this was even getting done. We finally got the trademark on it, so that's cool. That's a thing. Have you thought about adding a notch tarot windshield like the iPhone? What? Oh, have you thought about adding a notch like to a windshield? To the oh yeah. No. There's. Let's fix this just a little bit. Come on, come on, come on. Hairline, hairline. There we go. There's another popular Tint channel that doesn't shift the pattern back the other way. The second edge, how does he get the top edge to line up doing it that way? I'd have to see it. I could give you my best 2 cents. But if you like, I don't know, the best I can figure just off of that is like, if you kind of look at that top edge, like your cut on that top edge is going to be a little bit oversized from like where it actually lines up. So this is just kind of like spitball guessing here. And it's only going one way. It's here. So if you cut the front, shift it this way, cut your top, and then you have like a little wiggle room to like scoot it back a little bit, but not very much. Maybe that's it. And then, yeah, I know Rick Style, they create that tube. And I've tried that. I have an annoying time doing that one. So, like some people have said, like they learned how to do a Sharpie, so cutting out the doors my way just doesn't quite work out for them. Like it's weird. You get comfortable with the way that you first start. And then from there, it's like trying to pull in a different way of doing it just kind of like screws with you a little bit, and you have to really like, okay, I'm going to do it this way. Oh, what brand of window cleaner do I use to clean the inside of the windows that's tint friendly? Anything without ammonia is going to be tint friendly. This is one that I really like. Sprayway is a really, really solid glass cleaner. Pretty damn streak free, and you can find it in a lot of places. It's been nice to hear how many clients like that glass cleaner too. They're like, oh, I already use that. They're like stoked when they see it. They're like, yes, I'm using the right glass cleaner. Can you talk a bit about the new on the way product? I'm like, I have that video. I want to like save the video. Maybe I'll show you guys. Maybe I'll show you guys the video. Members have seen the video already. I had to share it with somebody. You should sell your own Tint Studio glass cleaner. I don't like liquids. Like self-branding that, and like I have heard other shops do it, and I've definitely seen it. It's kind of a big thing for like a small like I do it more for impressions. So like putting a sticker on a glass cleaner bottle to like hand to customers or something. But I don't want to inconvenience them too much. And like, hey, if you want more, you can order it online, or like one way people do it is like, yeah, just swing by and you can get it. But not exactly here all the time for them to like swing in and just pick one up. So it's a cool idea, but there's just a lot of glass cleaners out there. Not a space I'm looking to get into. I much rather like, you know, like a little keepsake or something to give them afterwards. So I'm glad they can find it. Have you ever heard of Expel? Never. Yeah, they're solid. I got whooped by a 3-piece back window on a 2005 F250. Plastic. All plastic framing on that back window. Whenever somebody's like, hey, I have an F250 or an F350, I swear to God, for whatever reason, it's always 2000 to like 2007 or 8. Any modern one is really straightforward. The old ones, you either have a rubber gasket back window on an F250, or if it's a slider, you got the triple, like the 3-piece back window, you have a plastic frame. You're absolutely right. They suck. There's just nowhere to tuck it. Dirt everywhere too. Yup. Anybody with a clean one, it's gonna be new. Nobody keeps their older ones clean. It's a truck. They use it like a truck. Should I show? Okay, I'll show the video sometime today, if I remember. Probably soon. We'll get a good amount through this car, I think. I know I've talked about them, but they're done. Maybe all 5,000 are done now. I don't quite know. But I know they were printing a bunch of them. So I think they said they just go all in one shot. So then they got to ship up to me. I have trouble with the F-150 rear side windows. F-150 rear side windows. Oh, those ones are a little funny. They're definitely like, they're more of like the ones that roll up and down are kind of like this, like a smaller, like thinner oval shape. Yeah, those are a little funny. Look for the straight edges. And then just, it'd be easier to describe if I had one here. You kind of look for like where the straight edges are. And then cut out your like, you know, have a bottom edge already, cut out the top. And then just connect the dots with the rest of it. Going to have someone make me a vinyl sticker to do advertising for you. I'm a huge fan of small business. Help my family there over 10 years. Oh, that's super cool. Vinyl stickers. I actually don't have any stickers. Chad has asked me about stickers, and I'm like, I'll do them, and then I don't. Just because I forget. I guess the way to go is die cut stickers. Just your logo or whatever, die cut. Okay, so what do we need? We got the clay bar. We should do a scrub pad. Not much else. Ooh, these things. I want to try these things. I feel like if I know where the smooth it is, I feel like I need to run these through it. I get a lot of, you know, you get Triages and they're new and they're all nice and smooth. This thing, it's like decently smooth if you like rub it on something, but I still want to try it. Let's make sure. Yeah, I've done it on my jeans, and like then it wouldn't get any better. Like it did some, but it didn't. It still just feels a little rough. All right, so we got that. We got everything. Oh, razor blade. Razor blade would probably be helpful. Just looking for any reason to put off tinting a window for another minute or two. Having trouble tinting a super curved Honda Accord window, any tips? Not exactly. Watch a lot of shrinking videos? You're talking about like the Civic hatch, or are you going back farther than that? What do I think about plotter cut? We don't always get along, but sometimes we do. So this Kia logo was a whole brand redesign, huh? I think it's a cool looking logo, but I thought it was like for their sporty cars. I didn't think they were gonna throw it on everything. It's kind of what bums me out about Kia. I think they do a super good job on as far as styling goes on like most of their cars now. It bends just like a Corvette. I missed what one it was though. Is it like the new Civic hatch? Like the one I have there? Or is it like way older? I mean, the best that I can tell you on super curvy glass is always leave extra on the top and bottom and do a fair amount of pull shrinking. That's like my main two pieces of advice. Watch a lot of videos where people pull the film back, including my own, and they just gradually like, and it shrinks down a lot easier that way. Because just trying to shrink individual fingers down that back window is gonna suck a lot. Nice. Okay, so we want to keep that thing around. We're going to use this. We're going to use it for a bit of cleaning first. Like I do a Triage. Mm-hmm. Okay. The grip's nice. Oh, I can't even use it for that. Oh, that's a little circle? Oh, I don't like that either. Let me see a little one here. That's more like it. This kind of freaks me out. So this is going to be a little hard to see. But there's so for a tool, having the branding on it is super good. It's kind of a little raised. So I guess my only concern is at the right angle, it might scratch, but that's just kind of like, I don't know for sure because there's this little bump here that might keep it from doing that. But you know, you're putting a lot of bending pressure on it, right? So like I'm like twisting it. I can get this one to go in the bottom seal. I was trying to clean out this. So like real quick example right here. Let me take Okay, let me explain what I'm doing here. So every window that I tint, we squeegee, and then I'll sweep down the sides. The bottom obviously is more important when the window's rolled up and it's installed. So I was just kind of seeing like, okay, this, I kind of like this little bump here. It's actually like, you know, I kind of laughed about the ergonomic a little bit because it makes the tool bulky, but no, it makes it easier to hold. So it's actually kind of a plus. The sides seem fine. And then getting it into the bottom, that's where I'm having a problem. I can only get it maybe this far into the bottom on a seal like this. This is a tighter window seal, but this, compared to like what I normally use, I can get a Triage way farther down. So I would naturally use that. This little one though, for whatever reason, I can seem to get that down in the bottom, no problem. So I don't know yet. First impression, we're still getting there. But it kind of makes me want to jump back to what I was using, but we'll just force ourselves to use this for a minute. Because I like that little extra like, that's nice. I just can't get this as deep. So it might just be fine for the sides, but maybe not so much for the bottom. So that's why I have two. But if I can just carry one. I didn't even talk about the hardness. The color's pretty cool. We're pretty close to the green. We're not quite there, but it's pretty neon. So I always like that too. That's a superficial thing though. All right, let's get this over here. Boop. Why do Kias do that? Why do they always make the little boop? Come on, just lay flat, please. Thank you. There we go. That's what we want. Use the Triage X. In every stream, pretty much ever, it's what I use. This is just a brand new tool that we're playing around with. I hate when this freezes. Are we good though? Maybe we're good. I always like wiggle it and try and get a little farther on one side or the other, but I think we're actually pretty lined up. It just stuck though on me, so just want to make sure. Looks pretty good. Okay, so in this case, I'll take this, right? Where's the other one? I don't know. Feels weird. So I don't want to say anything definitive yet, but I know how it feels right now. And I'm definitely not used to it. It doesn't strike me as more intuitive. Seems like I'm trying to make up for something. I don't know. So like I like the ergonomic bit, which is the part that I thought I would hate the most. It's always kind of funny how that works out. Let me make sure we're all the way in. Yes. Yes, all that. Good. Good. over. Oh, I didn't even think we were under. There we go. Now we're under. Let me put this down a little bit further. There we go. Yay. Probably nice. I feel like I have to trust it a little bit. Okay, that went a little better this time. Because, like, with the roughness, I almost feel like it's going to scratch. But it shouldn't. So that would really suck if it did. I think it's okay. I think, it's doing its job. It's getting where it needs to go. That's not great. That's a little better. I just gotta, it's a little different. Obviously, it's a new tool. It's gonna be different. But like what I'm used to feeling with gliding one of these through the edges, as soon as I picked up, so I went from like an easy reach to a tri-edge, and I still occasionally use an easy reach. So like the gray triangles that are very slim, those are one of my favorite tools. I just hardly ever use them because they wear out really quickly and they scratch. So what I really liked about Triage was the material was kind of this like little in-between. It slides really nice. It flexes. It gets everywhere you pretty much need it to go. And it holds up incredibly well, so you don't really have to worry about scratches with it. They'll wear out just like anything, but it takes quite a bit of abuse to get there. Now, these new ones, I have to play with them a little bit more, but I just don't like the way that they feel sliding on the tint. I almost feel like they're gonna rough it up. I mean, they shouldn't. Obviously, they thought about what material that they were using, so I just have to trust that. But first impression so far, it seems a little rough to me. Like, if they were a little softer or something, I guess. I don't know. I don't know. That's first impressions right now. I don't really, see a reason to use them over. But, if you didn't use the Triages ever, would you like these? That's hard to say. This one turned out great, though. So, one window down. Let's keep going. It's a tool to open the panels better. It looks fantastic. Click brace. No, haven't heard of it. If you got a video, share it in my Facebook group. Window tint stuff, links in the description. I'd be curious to see it. Greetings from Malaysia. Welcome. I tried a technique you told me last week. For some reason, couldn't get used to the MB Brothers paper. What did I tell you to do? Is it like practicing shrinking or something? All right. Thoughts on Global? I haven't used it very much. But from what I know, I liked it. There's a lot of companies that all come from the same place, so you'll see some similarities there. Good. It's got a good reputation for just being a good, solid, color stable option. I always like to point out that it is an absolute pain in the ass to remove. But if you never need it removed, you're golden. All right. We're good for that. After watching your video, I'm confident to tint my own car, but not sure about the results. That's exactly right. So, if you want to like mess around, like it depends on what you're looking for. So, if you want to just like try it out, have a good time, not take yourself too seriously, then yeah, go for it. You'll learn a lot. If you just want a good job, take it to a pro. But you know, you could potentially get a couple of doors done without too much headache. But everything's gonna be a little tricky to learn. That's just this whole skill here. You have, where did you get the floor? So the floor is from a site called racedeck.com. It's actually not rubber. I kind of wish it had like a little rubber texture to it, but this is their entry level one. It's called Free Flow 360. It looks killer. It's about $4 a square foot. Which I know a lot more about flooring now. $4 a square foot, or at least at the time, it was like $4.50. Really ain't bad. Don't get me wrong, it gets expensive, but if you're gonna be driving cars and stuff on it, like you could use a like a vinyl plank flooring or something for your garage too. That'll be a fair amount cheaper. Like you can get like $2 to $3 a square foot. And then they have ones that are made for shops that are, I don't know, I've seen all the way up to like $7 a square foot. 7, 8, probably more. Just stay away from laminate for cars. That'll swell up. It's like, yeah, it's not good. Final plank, though. You'd be good with final plank, I think. All right. So we got this thing. Come on. Come back out. There we go. I don't know why it does that, but I swear every once in a while the film likes to do that. Where like you tuck it halfway into a corner and then it'll pick a point and then freeze. And then I swear the only way for me to fix it is to drag it literally back out and then it'll slide exactly where I need it to go. I don't know why that's the case. It always seems like the case. I like these better. I don't know. I'm so used to these too, so I'm going to be a little biased towards them because I've been using them for so long. But I like the Triages for all the corners and edges better. I just do. Would you use flat glass film to tint one of those mobile office trailers, or can you get away with autofilm? Find out what type of glass that they have. Because there's just problems with, like, if it's, like, dual pane and stuff like that, you can definitely have a problem. If they're single pane, I don't know. To be honest, I'm not completely sure if you would have a problem or not. But there is a problem with heat being absorbed into the glass. So you just talk to your film company. They'll be able to tell you better. It's a single. I'm not as familiar with flat, so I couldn't tell you if you're going to actually have any problems or not. Do you have anybody asking for 3M crystalline? No. No, not at all. Years ago, if people were to ask about one particular film or a company, I'd only hear about 3M. People have kind of heard of crystalline, but then if they ever heard the price, it wasn't happening. Crystalline and most 3M products, they're like, I don't know, they're fine-ish to like, I hear them get put down a lot. My experience was like, it's a really hyped up brand. So, like they just, you've heard of 3M because they're everywhere. And they charge a lot for their films, so you think that they're really good. But as far as like heat rejection and stuff like that, I think it's just like a really complex film that I don't know if it's got the same type of, like if it can really justify that price point. And it installs way different too. Not something I was super great at. But it's not the same style. You gotta like practice a little differently with it. Nice. Okay, next. Driver's door on the other side. It's going good. I like it. Oh, Kia. All your stickers. This isn't the most, this isn't even close to the most offensive amount of stickers that I've seen Kia use. Like, they put 2, but man, Kia loves window stamps and they love putting lots of stickers. Oh, this is, they have 3. I thought they had 2. They have 1, 2, 3. Most of them just do like a serious sticker and then sometimes an extra one. But man, they just, like, they have this stamp here, which is a ceramic stamp. Then they have this one. And they got sticker, sticker, sticker. Oh, and then another one right here. Good God, Kia. Kia loves their window stamps. Yeah, too dang many. Well, we'll remove all the stickers. Currently using C2. Is there a huge difference in color tones between C2 and Pro Nano? In a few of the shades, yeah. 35 in Pro Nano is definitely a little warm. And Pro Nano as a whole, like the 20's pretty sweet, 5 pretty sweet. Yeah, it's really like the 35 and the 50. Like 50, if you look at a display board, 50 leans like a little bluer, and the 35 leans a little bit warmer. Just side by side. On the car, it's kind of hard to tell. I might have to charge a removal for the stickers if it was like the whole car was tinted with stickers. Other than that, something customers don't even like. Oh, I gotta start this again. Yep, come back. Missed 41 minutes. Hello. What's up? We're not doing too bad for time then, huh? Look at that, 41 minutes, and we've tinted 2 doors. 2 front winders. That's the deep south, right? I got 2 front winders. I got this side in great. Just gotta get used to it a little bit. It's different. Do you want dark but legal on your windshield? So I think I do windshields one of 2 ways. I'll either, well, actually that's a lie, 3 ways. We're doing 70 right now. 50% is a really nice shade for a windshield that will still look tinted, but it'll keep things pretty light. So one thing to consider is actually like reflections from the sky. So when I do 50% on a sunny day, if the sun's beaming right into it and there's not a cloud in the sky, you'll be able to see through it pretty easily. Other times, if it's like a bright day and there's a good amount of clouds in the sky, it's harder to see into the front because all those white clouds are reflecting off of the windshield. And then the other thing is on a cloudy day, it kind of like that overcast reflects a lot off the windshield too. Oh, I am not even close to being far over. Well, let's push this farther over then, huh? Ooh, that lines up a little better now too, huh? Cool. There, that's what we're looking for. So 50 is a really nice shade. I have more appreciation for it now. So like on our family van, I put 50 on the windshield. Now on my own, if it's mostly like, if you like a darker look, 35 is gonna stand out a fair amount. But it blocks a lot of like nighttime road glare, daytime glare. Like it's really comfortable, but it stands out a lot. So I'm a fan of both, but they both serve different purposes. 70 is super cool though too, because like that's what's so amazing about ceramic is like you can go clear on a windshield, not draw any attention to yourself, and get all that heat rejection difference. So now that we're doing the windshield and the front doors, what's going to be cool is like if you roll the windows down, you'll be able to feel that sun coming in and such a difference. So you always know pretty much how it's working. Where if you didn't do the windshield, you'd feel all the time the difference. That sun coming in through the windshield, like so it depends on who else is in your car too, but the most important windows I think to tint in ceramic are going to be like the front doors and the full windshield, because that's what hits the driver. So if you have kids, obviously you want to, kids and passengers, you want to keep them comfortable too, but a lot of people are just driving their own cars, so in that case it's like the main ones are always the front three, but then you want it to match, so that's why you just go for the whole thing. So then you get like a little hue differences between the front and the back, and it's less noticeable on like a truck or an SUV because it's already factory tinted, but a little bit more noticeable on a sedan. Mostly for the person that owns the car, though. That went pretty good. Let's get this a little slimmer. Hooray! I think this one turned out pretty good too. Would 35 get me pulled over pretty quick? I don't know. Depends on where you live. I can tell you every time I drove past the police, I was always cringing a little bit. I was like, "Ee!" With 50, I don't care. 50 is like, oh, okay. That's fine. Another thing is, like, to blend in. So, like, red cars, things that just catch your attention more. That's what's going to give you potentially more hassle. So, you know, the good rule is you can't have anything fun on your car. Like, oh, I want my headlights tinted. That's fun. No, that'll get you pulled over. I want a dark windshield. That's fun. Not really. So all those things kind of stack together, and some stand out a lot more. Like, you know, the blue HIDs. When those first started hitting the market, you know, everybody had dingy yellow headlights, and then people started getting the bright white and bright blue HIDs, and for a time, a lot of people are getting pulled over for them. Now it's not as bad, but if you have a color that stands out, that'll get you popped pretty quick. So like with a windshield during the daytime, as long as you kind of blend in for the most part, it's not that big of a deal. You always have that potential, but yeah. Yeah, the cooler you want to make your car, the more eye-catching, the more likely it is you're going to get pulled over. You can only have so much fun stuff. I think cops in Michigan are not worrying as much anymore about tint, but if you drive normal, not crazy, cops probably will not stop you. I agree. I 100% agree. I mean, I've tinted a handful here. Like, they like it too. I don't know how many I did in limo for like other shops. That was always funny. They'd come in and say like, I want limo. You're like, limo's really dark. I don't care. I'm a cop. And it's like, it's not about that. It's just like, it's really dark. I'm a cop. Okay. Okay, that's fine. Just want to make you aware, that's all. Just trying to do a job. I try not to mix match lines, even though 5% C2 could probably hang with Pro Nano and heat rejection. Right. And that one, like, so I always talk about films as one thing for the whole car, right? To keep things even. But it's not a bad way to kind of break things up if somebody's just like, yeah, it's just pushing the budget a lot more than I thought it would. Is there any way we could like mix that up? So I did, I think on that Audi, I did 20% carbon over factory 20. And then we did 35 or 15 on, no, it was 15. I think we did 15 on the front doors or something. So it was already like much darker in the back. Then decently dark in the front doors. I don't remember. Oh, yeah, I think it was dyed in carbon is what we were doing. And then we did the full windshield as well in like a 50. So, like, that saves a little bit of money. But my first suggestion is always, like, even. And then as far as like a windshield goes, like if they're just kind of staying more towards like an entry, they'll still stick with like a dyed windshield because a lot of people obviously are like, hey, it's winter. Have you tried solar effects? I use Suntech and it scratches so easily. You know, if there's one thing I could tell you about Lumar, Suntech, that I still hear to this day, is it's like you can look at the film and scratch it. I'll be honest, I don't remember that as much when I was using ATC, but this was a long time ago. I was still pretty new. But I would hear that a lot. Geo, Solar Effects, Expel, Global, they all have really good scratch coats on their film. Like Pro Classic is a what I call like a workhorse film. Like they're all good, but when I was just tinting for a handful of other companies, they would pretty much sell like one type of film, and I would just want that film to be as straightforward and robust as it could be. I don't have time to go back and fix a bunch of windows based on something that the film, scratching the film. If I gotta baby everything all day, that's a problem. When you get into some of the more expensive films, it's like, okay. Wait, hang on, I heard something. Let me make sure this is over, and then I gotta look at my chat. Yeah, this. There we go. See that? See how that sticks? I hate when that happens. You pull it back, and it seems to go in a little bit better. Did we go a little too far? Maybe just a smidge. Then it like picks one spot. Okay, there we go. That's good. That's where we want it. Picks one spot and freezes. I hate that. Yeah! There we go. Those are some good edges. I think, oh wait, hang on. Front was ceramic, rear was carbon. Oh, on that Audi? You're probably right. Okay, you sold me 50% on the windshield. Let's go. All right, we'll do 50. We still got a back window and stuff, so if you can still think about it, but yeah, so 70 essentially is not, you know it's tinted. Nobody else is going to be able to tell it's tinted. 50, you're going to be able to tell that it's tinted, but it's a real light shade. Real light. So, plenty easy to see through. Noticeable certain times with reflections and stuff, but it's like this like smokiness to it where it's like, is that tinted? I think that's tinted. So I have it on my van right now, and I typically now have it on the Blazer when I'm not making videos. So I like to show people 50 on a windshield. What was that? Try a clay sponge? My chat didn't update. Is that what that one was? Like the nano skin ones? We're gonna post my car to show you my tint job. In the description of this live stream, there's a Facebook group link. You can do it there. Window tint stuff. We just crossed over 40,000 people, which is just ridiculous. Wonder how many of those are spam bots, though. We kick so many every day. Heck yeah. Looks good. Clay sponge. The nano skin clay sponges, like, so there's clay rags, and I think a clay rag would do just as much as a clay bar and be really nice because it'll hold itself together. Clay, the like nano skin clay sponges, I didn't feel like they were doing much at all. So one of the biggest things that I saw, oh no, it did do it. Dang it. Bummer. See that? See that? You see how that's nice? And this is not so nice right here? Oh, it's all good except for that. It's pretty locked in place now though. I don't think we can fix it. So what happened is the whole thing slid when I rolled it up and like pulled the bottom. I dragged it down a little bit. It wasn't completely tacked in place. I don't think I can fix it. So that's kind of a hard thing to fix with this film. So I'll probably have to cut out another piece. We can at least see what it would look like if we did. Yeah, no. No. So you gotta try and run water through the whole thing again, and then maybe like get it loose, and then you can see you can kind of shift it up in place. I didn't like the way it pulled away from everything though. But that's kind of like how you would end up doing it, but and then you kind of like just gotta shift the whole thing. I don't like that. Not on this. Not on what we're doing right now. Not with the ceramic job. If I was doing a color stable job and I was just like plowing through my day and I had to get stuff done, sure, maybe we can do that. But not today. Pro Nano 20. Cool. So we have a short roll. Oh, this is part of the job. It's never fun when it does happen, but it does happen. I'm glad I checked it, though. That is one of those little nightmarish things that will follow you. Early on, your window needs to be tacked in place, and if it's kind of slidey, like everything else was going so nice, everything was like, it was all tacking up pretty well, and this side stuck, so I thought it kind of was. And then I go to, it wasn't terrible. I've seen much worse. That is an installer error. True. I could have prevented it. I posted it. Nice. Any new tools? I mean, we're playing around with the Fusion one. I'm not like super stoked about it though. I got a cool one that's coming though that I'm pretty excited about. But y'all will be pretty familiar with it anyways. Do. What's the name of your tool? Oh, it's I should just say I've talked about it before. It's the Triage collab. The Detroit Tint Studio Triage X. It's kind of a mouthful. They turned out so nice. They look sick. I don't have them on hand yet, but I've gotten pictures and some videos. So, what color? Bright green, like all my other stuff. With the Detroit Tint Studio printed on it, which, like, dude, I was just happy. Like, so Jay is the madman behind Triage. He is a engineer, inventor, designer. He does like all this stuff, and they do all in-house manufacturing. So anything and everything that they produce, it's all made there. So he gave me a call like mid-December last year, and it was just like, hey man, we've talked a handful of times before, super cool dude. He's just like, we see what you do, and you never ask for anything. Is there anything that we can do? And so we were talking for like a little while, and I'm like, I think I would just appreciate a green Triage. So he went full-blown printing and everything, which is no easy feat on these things. You'll notice like all the other ones, they pretty much don't have any printing on it because this material is made to slide and nothing to stick to it. So when you try and stick ink to it, it just wants to fall off. So I can show you guys a little video. Let's do it after this window. It's a good time to do it. They have to put this primer on the cards, let the primer dry for just a little bit, and then they have to like basically screen print. It's not exactly screen printing, but they basically have to then like screen print the design onto it, and then they have to give it time to dry, like a little bit of time to dry. And so we're doing 5,000 of them. So if you're doing like 100, no big deal. If you're doing 5,000 of them, all of a sudden every little thing adds up to a lot. So he sent me some super cool videos yesterday. I'm glad I hounded him a little bit about videos. So the stories that he tells me are great. He does everything in-house. Manufacturing, like ordering, like so he orders all the materials. He gets the molds made, does all like the injection molding, 3D printing, 3D design, everything. Like it's all in-house. Really, really, really cool. Okay, so what went wrong with the first window? The first window slid. Everything lined up really well, and then it slid, and we can tell it's going to slide, and it like hit me when I rolled it up. It was like, there's a chance that might slide, but I was just moving. So I didn't take 2 seconds to wiggle it to see if it's okay or not. So the best way to see if your window's gonna like slide off track or like away from the edge is you want it to be like soapy, get it in place, everything. You got a nice top edge here. Well, just after you squeegee it all out, just take your hands and do this. And you see the film wiggling a little bit up here, and it seems really locked in place there. So the more it wiggles, obviously, the more it has a chance to slide. If it's a little wiggle, it's probably going to be fine. Just be a little careful with it. But guess what? You just like sit here or take a heat gun and let it just grab. Like the longer it sits here, the more it's going to grab the glass. And you just need this part to grab the glass and everything's going to be fine. So you just sit here for a handful of seconds. Everything seems okay. And if I physically like try and move it down, doesn't really seem like that's going to happen. We'll wait a few more seconds. And then you can pass the time any which way that you want. You can heat up the glass on the outside. That's always a way to make sure it's not going to move. There we go. And then you should be good. So I screwed up because I just didn't give it that time. This is an extra soapy mix just because the ceramic sometimes grabs a lot, so I always like to have a little extra soap. Sometimes it does, sometimes it doesn't, but being that there's more soap means that it'll definitely have a chance to slide a lot more. So that's exactly what happened. Squeeze it all down. I mean, the good thing is we didn't find that out much later when the glue had a chance to dry. So it's just another piece of film, some time to cut and shrink it. It's not extra time in full window removal. So now, it's a little premature, but it should be fine. See? No more. All looks good. Yay. That's what we want. And little bonus, sometimes removing a piece of film makes the next one a little bit cleaner, just because it's like a sticky paper. So there you go. Little feel-good thing right there. But you always be happier once you're done with the second one. Like, it sucks to have to pull any piece of film off the glass. But when you redo it and it looks good, you can be proud of it. You always feel better about it. Can you shrink a back window with stickers on it? Yes. Yes, you can. As long as they're not like raised bedazzled things, they'll be fine. Like, there'll be like that little indent from the sticker. You can shrink over it. Some of them are a little annoying, but they're typically pretty fine. Okay, now we can turn this off. What time is it? 12:30. Time flies, huh? All right, I'm thinking, because the video is... Oh, yeah, it's on the members. Okay, so we can pull it up. Canon. Microsoft account problem. I love when they tell me that. That's always fun. Wow! Good Lord. That really made that fun. All right, let me pull this up. Break time. You know, if you take a Microsoft Windows window and you shake it, all your other windows disappear, and my hand shook, and now they're gone. Minimized it all. So your channel videos, you guys are gonna see behind on memberships. I have a handful of videos on the memberships. Mostly just stuff that happened behind the scenes. Okay. I don't know if we'll have sound, but this is a little bit of the process. I don't think you really need sound. I'm gonna play this a couple times. They turned out so good! Look at that. That's all he sent me. Okay, I made the video using like iMovie in like half an hour. iMovie's great. Just off my phone. So this is just a little bit of the behind the scenes. So this machine, there's a plate here with Detroit Tint Studio on it. So this spongy thing hits down, picks up the ink, goes over, farts it onto the Triage. But what you didn't see beforehand was they actually apply a primer. And I don't have a video of it, but somewhere they apply a primer to it, and then they got to let the primer dry. And then they stack them all up in a row. And then they load it onto that machine, and it inks them. And then this is a little conveyor belt. He was telling me about this. These are PC fans. So in order to give the cards just enough drying time to like where you can put them all in a bucket rather than try and put them on tables and stuff and just let them like air dry, he made this conveyor belt. So like he built this conveyor belt for the Triages and then this little cardboard swing thing. So it's like a Rube Goldberg machine. I love it. So cards hit this and then they go down another run just to give them like that much more time. So when they stack up all together, they don't smear or anything. They turned out so good. Oh, I love the bright. They're so obnoxiously bright green. I'm so happy with how they turned out. So I haven't actually touched one in person yet, but I think they look dope. Thoughts? Can you shrink I had a Crown Vic police car come in for tint, and it was a nightmare. Crown Vics are not super fun, especially if they have all the lights. All the lights on them are an extra pain, so you got to remove all those or kind of cut around them because they'll have certain like police guidelines too, where they can tint their cars, but they don't want any obstructions on the lights, including tint. So then there was like these DNR trucks I had to do where we had to cut out, like they had lights mounted on the rear doors. And so we had this like big cutout for all the lights. And the rest of it was like tinted 20% or something like that. But yeah. Where's my stream? But yeah, I'm really proud of them. They turned out good. So those will be available sometime soon. I don't exactly know when, but within probably the next week. I mean, you got to ship a bunch of them, so however long that takes. So if they go out on Monday, maybe Monday or Tuesday, probably by the end of the week or early next week. That'd be fun. I don't tint for a living or know how much or how to buy or sorry, I don't tint windows for a living or know how to buy, but they look pretty sweet. Thank you. Yeah, they're green versions of this card that I've been using here. So they typically come in pink, blue, yellow, and orange. And there's no printing on any of these. So they're a beloved favorite for a lot of tinters. So to be able to have some type of a stamp on them, I mean, he told some other companies flat out no that wanted to do the same thing. So I was just like, oh, that's really nice. I had to jump on it. How much would a tint like this cost? So we're doing the full thing in ceramic, and it's $650. So that's with the windshield. Prices will range from like shop to shop, but also company to company. Like film to film, company to company, like prices range across the board, but there's different qualities there. So what's the stiffness? So these ones are actually going to be most like the yellows. I generally go for like the blue and the pinks. I use the yellows for quite a while too. I like all of them. The blue and the pink are a little bit like, so yellow is going to be a little bit harder, but it's a really smooth material. So it like feels great when you're installing with them. Pinks and blues I use a little bit more for touch-ups too. But, dude, they turned out so good. I'm really excited for them. Fun fact, the pink ones are actually more expensive to make because of the material that they are too. I don't know what kind of materials he uses, but they're all really good. Heat molds them when I use them for touch-ups. I guess it depends on how much heat that you're using for it, like, because you can definitely bake them. The touch-ups that I do with them is I'll heat up the outside and then press the inside. But I try not to get them too hot, and they'll last for quite a long time unless I get that glass like super hot. All right. How's Apex? I have not looked at it again yet. I have another 50% roll. But I suppose I should probably put on my windshield. Just haven't had time. I'm new to Tint. Shrinking the back window and the windshield is the hardest. Yeah, shrinking is a whole interesting beast to learn. So what we're essentially doing is just getting the film, like shrinking means that like it's literally shrinking. So these areas are getting pulled together. So all you're trying to do is get it to form. So when we're shrinking, we're just kind of starting a little bit past where these little peaks are touching the glass. Just letting it all smooth out. And when it gets low enough, it's when you part it down. How do you keep the triages to not scratch the film? Well, when they're new, they shouldn't be scratching the film. So keep them clean. They also have a tool called the Smooth It, which is kind of like sanding down your tools. So it's this piece of fabric. They have a couple ones, and they suggest once you use them, run them through that before you go to tint a window. But some films are just a little bit more fragile. Like somebody was asking about Suntech scratching. Some films are that's just kind of how they are. They're a little bit more fragile. So just always wipe your tools off. You make it look easy. I've shrunk a couple. I've shrunk a couple windows. I had to slow down and use half heat. Half heat helped you? That's interesting. That's cool to hear. I don't suggest using half heat. But if it helped you, maybe I will. So the main thing to keep in mind is like I can control the heat with distance. So you see me get close, go pretty fast, and the faster I want it to shrink, the closer I get the heat gun. If you pull that heat gun farther away, like I can keep my hand here and I'm fine. If I put it here, I'm gonna start to burn myself. So that's the way I've always looked at heat. I've always kept a heat gun all the way up. So you can still go slow, just keep that gun pulled a little farther back. But, I mean, if it helps you to just keep it half heat, then do what helps you. This little guy. Just gonna get these warmed up. Get the little side things. Have you ever heated a crease and the air goes back? Yeah, so what you're doing is you're actually boiling the film. Like boiling the water, and then it'll cause the whole thing to steam and bubble. Yeah, too hot. So the way to keep a good temperature is just touch the inside of the glass. So you're gonna heat up the window, and it takes time. Like the glass has a thickness to it, right? So it's hot on the outside, takes a little bit to work through to the inside. So the outside will be like way hotter, faster than the inside will be. So you'll like touch the inside and you're wait, and then all of a sudden it'll start to bubble. You just didn't notice how hot you got the outside first. So touch the inside, and once it gets to the sweet spot is always when it hurts to touch the glass just a little bit. So once it hurts to touch the glass, you want to just kind of leave it there. Leave it in that zone. It's like trying to fry something. There's a sweet spot where you just start to, too hot will burn it. Not hot enough will just kind of keep it warm. It's not going to do anything. So just like this, you want to get it to a spot where it's going to like kind of keep that window baking. Like you would some bread. But you want to go a little bit faster than that, but too hot will bubble. So yeah, we were heating those spots because these are really deep seals, so you can get little folds. So you just want to press the fold down. It's pretty normal in a 2-stage thing. Depends on the tightness of the seals. These ones are decently deep. Use the knife emoji. Love it. Okay, let's pull this back. Let's get a glass aid TM off. I like that it's trademarked. That makes me happy. You know what's really funny too? Like, I was all happy when I got Glass Aid trademarked. And then I was looking it up in the database. And I came across a few other ones. Like, there's a lot of tint things that are trademarked. Tintertainment is trademarked. And then, sure shit, the Tinter brand was also trademarked too. But the description for the Tinter trademark was really funny. I thought you had to be pretty serious about the trademark description, but it turns out you don't necessarily have to be. You can be silly about it. All right, another towel. So we got a few here. Ooh, this one's got some weight to it. Yeah, let's use this one. This is hefty. I didn't really even realize. This thing's a hefty boy. Okay, let's put this up. No. I'll put that there. The other one there. Okay, so you remember we already loosened up our brake light. So that's all well and good. Keep some other stuff a little bit covered. There isn't really, it's all pretty fuzzy back here, so mostly the seat. Time for a nap. Yeah, man, sounds good. So we got a bar in there. We need a couple of back window tools, so I think we're gonna use what we always use, bulldozer and side swipe. I don't see a reason to use that guy. And then we got that in there, and a sprayer. Should be good. We still got to do the little quarter windows. I'll probably just cut them all out on that thing. I think that'll be fine. Whee! Reverse roll on the windshield, not on the back window. Back windows are a little stubby, like they're just not as wide. So it's pretty straightforward. Like the setup for doing just like just peeling the whole liner, carrying it in, it's much easier. On a back window, we're trying to do the same thing on a windshield. That's why I reverse roll now on a windshield. I was never comfortable doing it on a back window. Windshield's wider. I was thinking of practicing on the back. Yeah, definitely practice. The back window is really a pretty. It's a good window to practice on for reverse rolling, but then again, so is the windshield, because you kind of have a little bit. You got a little bit easier out, but if you learn how to do this reverse rolling, like there's people that'll reverse roll every back window that they do. I just never felt comfortable doing it on a back window. So that's why I do it this way. My back hurts watching. You know, windshields hurt my back way more than back windows do. I like pulled something in my back a while ago, and back windows, no problem. Every time I did a windshield, made it worse. Okay, so like I said, people will call it Frankenstein or zombie. Peel and carry is kind of just another name for it. So you literally like peel the whole liner, pick it up, kind of drag it over with the hand that was in the middle. So in this case, I do it on the passenger side, so it's my left hand. And it gets its name because, look, there's your arms. Frankenstein. And then just carry the whole thing in. And then you try and like Millennium Falcon this shit back here. So I'll pull it with my mouth up in the middle a little bit to like pull it back on my arms, because I can't really do anything with my hands other than just get it in place. And then, so my first goal is to keep that film flush against the glass. And then slide it down, and then roll some more material onto the glass. Slide it down. And then roll more material back onto the glass. And it's kind of just this little song and dance here until you get all the way down to the very bottom edge. And it's nice to leave the film off and just kind of try and get it lined up in place. That's all you need to do. But in this case, we got a brake light. So I'm gonna create a little air tunnel. So I'm gonna pull this film back off the glass a little bit. I'm gonna kind of like get it onto the window. So we kind of created this like a little bow here, right? And we can go up the opposite way. You do have some leverage on this brake light, so you can pull that down to kind of get it out of the way a little bit more. But your main goal is to just kind of roll that up there without getting that air pocket to completely ruin the rest of the film. Just, you have some time, especially when the glass is cold. So when I created that air pocket, I was kind of putting tension on it this way. I wasn't just like trying to shove it back down that way. It's the same way that I create a little air tunnel when I'm installing door windows. Same thing happens here. So Just one of the ways that you can get this thing on there. Create plenty of space for yourself too with loosening those bolts. It just pinches too much without it. Same thing with, like, you know, Audis, you just pull those brake lights straight out of your way. But it's the same type of brake light as like a handful of the Chargers. Like, they had this one model Charger with a really weird dot matrix border. I hardly ever see them. They were super popular when they first released them, and then they changed it pretty quick. I don't know what happened there. The Chevy Impala has the same style brake light. Just like a rubber edged brake light that just kind of pushes right against the glass. I don't know. So that one also, I think, has bolts up in the headliner. But I haven't treated that one the same way as this one. Because that one, you have a little bit more flex. You can just pull that one down. I saw somebody take like a pen and shove it up here, and it kept this brake light just far enough away to get it all tucked up in without even loosening bolts. So that was kind of cool. So before we tighten everything back up, we're gonna squeeze it all out and then take a look-see at it. Look at this, bulldozer for the top instead. Spray it off, check it out. Seemed like that went pretty well. We don't have a big ugly brake light cut out. That's always the goal. I think I got one little booble there. That's what I can see. A little air pocket that can just be pressed out. To do back windows to take the liner off inside the car. I've seen that. Not from you exactly, I don't think, but I like that idea. So I have a video a while back on what I felt like is a real good approach to kind of combine reverse rolling, which is what we're still going to do on the windshield, and like this whole Frankenstein method. So like the problem with carrying the film in is that part. It's really chaotic. Like, it's hard to like get a feel and a handle for the film unless you've practiced it a bunch. Plus you're playing limbo inside the car and you're worried about touching it on stuff. Well, if you have a real deep deck lid, it kind of acts like a table. So you can unroll your film right onto it. And then that liner is loose, so then you can kind of like nicely peel it off. What kind of threw me for a loop was the carpet. So it doesn't, like the film, if you put a towel or something here, it's just gonna slide all over the place. So you have to kind of hold it and like gradually pull it back, and it'll shift around a bunch. On some cars, for me, it was totally fine. On others, it was like they had really short deck lids. Like this part was like pretty short, so you couldn't really do that without the film hanging over here. So like, I don't know if I have one on hand, but I did a thing. Maybe I can find it. Because like, you always should keep a scrubber around. So I got a bunch of them, but I didn't really end up doing anything with this. It's probably just like laying around somewhere. Yeah, these are like old bulldozers. I got old bulldozers. I know it's around here somewhere. But essentially what it would do was the Velcro from the scrubby paddles that look like the bulldozer, you could just go this. And then so it gives you like this extra overhang. So you could unroll it, and these would help support your film while you're doing that. I thought it was an interesting idea. It wasn't the most elegant way to do it, but it was interesting. A couple little bubbles there, push right out. Dang! This looks good. I'm very happy with this one. Heck yeah. This looks good. We did it. We'll stop here. We'll come back tomorrow. A lot of space under this brake light. So we're just gonna let it dry out from here, and we'll bolt it back up when we wrap up the car. But just to give it a little extra drying time in case something like little finger or something pops up. And the water will just dry out real nice, not get trapped up in that brake light. And then we'll focus on, see, we got the quarters, and then we got the windshield. So next up is, let's cut out some quarter windows on this puppy. So, oh, that's not Pro Nano 20. I don't know what that is. I gotta look at the tag on it. Yeah, it turned out really, really good. This is our 20. It's a Pro Nano 20. Remember, we grabbed a short roll. So we should be able to cut out a bunch of quarter windows on this guy. 24. Let's throw this here. We gotta adjust a roller. Where do we gotta put the roller? How many cars do you do in a day? Right now, just planning for one. Okay, so what we want to do is enter, or yeah, there we go. Oh, we changed the force. I think 64, 66 or 64 is like perfect. Then we press that button, and then we can move this over. Let's get some softwares. Canon. So if I was just tinting, like, I don't know, it's gradually, like, I've gradually scheduled down. That obviously doesn't make sense as a shop, but as a shop, anywhere from like 4 or 5 full cars without windshields, and then a handful of like little stuff is kind of like that's like a good busy day right there. So this is a 22. We'll pull up the desktop here. So we want to pull up a 22. There we go. Kia. Stinger. No, K5. 21 and 22. Wow, they got a lot of stuff for this one. I want to play with a plotter, but it's way out of my league right now. These ones aren't too bad, but yeah, you kind of have to, like, they're more of a helpful assistant. So they are fun to play with, and they can up your production, but it's how you take advantage of them. Do you ever want to expand and offer more services? Not especially. It's more work. I just got to the point not too long ago where I could actually do like full live streams in my own building and not have to stress about everything else. So getting to this point and kind of building upon just getting my name and like business out there, and then just getting more consistent work, that's the goal right now. But I could definitely look into expanding as a full business, but with every additional service that you do, bunch of headaches come with that, and I'm trying to stay away from headaches right now. Okay, so we got that. Plotter's all set up. Now we're cutting. Hopefully this all goes well. So you wouldn't switch to PPF? No. No, I've done it. And I have all the respect in the world for paint protection film. It's a very different thing. So it's in the automotive films category, and you can definitely be an automotive vinyl, PPF, window tint, like the film shop. And there's quite a few of them, and that's what they do. Another angle that works pretty well is in, like, you know, detailing. So you could do films and you could do detailing. So Wayne sent me to watch. I might bring my K5 too. Heck yeah, that'd be super cool. We've done the side doors. We're doing the quarters right now. Then we're gonna do the full windshield. So vinyl is a skill. It's different from paint protection film. So paint protection film is like, it's like a mix of window tinting and vinyl, because it's a wet application. You have to keep things incredibly clean. You still need to understand, like, the complex curves of, like, vinyl wrapping, but you're not seaming paint protection film or anything like that. So, and then you gotta, like, let it dry, and people can be like, they can be nitpicky about vinyl, but they can be super nitpicky about paint protection film. And you can arguably hide way more with vinyl than you can with paint protection film. So the other angle that I always appreciated, seeing some shops doing it, was high-end detailing. So that comes with, you know, interior, exterior, paint corrections, ceramic coatings. Well, after you've thoroughly paint corrected a car, you could do paint protection film, and then you can actually add a ceramic coating on top of the paint protection film. So it's very, like, paint protection film is very much, it's what it is, protection, but it's like, so people think window tint and then paint protection film, really can think detailing and paint protection film along with, like, the ceramic coatings field. So two different approaches to it. Small stuff like hood pieces, fender pieces, and, like, the door cups, like, that stuff is really straightforward for paint protection film. Do I not have my little squeegees? Do I gotta go find one of those? I guess I gotta find one of those. We'll keep this one in here too. Oh, the pink one. I'm losing my train of thought a little bit. But I need somebody else to do that business, and then I need to get that business in here too. It's not something like I'm familiar with it, and I could get back into it, but then it starts pulling me away from everything else. So everything has, like, an opportunity cost associated with it. If I'm going to put my time in this thing, then I can't put my time in that thing. So I kind of learned this when I was at my dad's shop. It was like the amount of time and cost, as somebody mentioned, like, the material cost in paint protection film is far greater. Yeah, same thing for vinyl. Like, you have way more material, but the jobs are more expensive too. So, like, you can get those jobs done in a good amount of time, but if you are the installer, what most people are going to find is you're going to make a similar amount of money just doing window tint, unless you have other help, somebody doing the window tinting, somebody doing paint protection film, right? Because that's the only way you can really scale. So you can bring in lots of services, but each one of those services also deserves its own, like, needs its own marketing, because you got to pay all those people. They're all individually skilled trades. I think one of the easiest ones, though, is probably detailing, to, like, train people. And then the harder ones are obviously, like, vinyl, tint, and PPF. I think vinyl might be an easier one to train somebody on and get them kind of going with, like, some more simple stuff. Then probably window tinting and then paint protection film last. Paint protection film has such a... So, like, for example, bumper, probably all in one piece from here all the way to there. So let's say somebody has a problem with this spot or something here. Peel that whole thing and redo it. The worst that we can have is a windshield or a back window, which isn't fun to redo, but it's not a bumper. Doesn't cost the same. It's not as much work. It is work, but yeah, not fun. Most of the time, oh, okay, a door window that peeled, or oh, you got some speckles there. Okay, I'll redo that. People don't believe me when I say wrapping is easier than tinting. It's all films, right? So I get asked questions about business overlap with all of that stuff. And to be honest, I kind of thought like, oh, hey, if I'm doing paint protection film and window tinting, I'm making more money. No, I'm not. If I can do paint protection film really fast and then tint the same amount of cars in a day, but there's always a sacrifice. It was really nice, though, to like settle down and just focus on paint protection film for a day. The real annoyance was all the back and forth. What is that? Is that something? I thought that was just a little finger jib. There's like a thing here right by the dots. I wonder if it's like a little squiggly hair or something. Oh, it is. You son of a bitch. Let's see if we can take care of that little guy. Yeah, there was a little squiggly hair there. Let's see what this looks like. This doesn't look good. We're definitely going to redo it. Vinyl, like, I mean, it's still the surface of the paint, so you could see, like, indents and stuff. And, like, maybe a little hair, but it's way harder, I think, to pick that stuff out. Probably from my dog. Oh, it could be. But we'll wipe it off. We'll check it over. It was real light right at the edge. So we'll see. A lot of airspace around this thing. So it makes it easier to do something like that, like pull it back off, spray it out, and as long as nothing else embedded itself in the film, we're good. Wow. Damn, I'm thoroughly impressed with that. Okay. That's all good. Nice. Cool. So we got the front quarters to do. All right. Well, now that we have our templates, these should be way more straightforward. This is the hardest part. The customers watching? Yeah, we actually changed to a extra cool. Because today we actually changed from all the sides in the back to adding a 70% windshield, but then we switched it to 50, so we're going to do a 50% ceramic windshield on it too. That's actually how he came here in the first place. He came across the channel. Oh yeah, this goes on this side. I thought it did, but then like Patterns on glass boards confuse me sometimes. All right, I need to minimize this. Tried to wrap the front diffuser and had a hell of a time. Could never get it done. Edges tucked back under the bumper. Yeah, I don't know about wrapping. I know there's parts of it that make it super hard, but big panels and stuff like that can be pretty straightforward. So, but there's a lot more that you're doing with wrapping, like a lot more surface to cover. So it takes a lot more time and more material. They all have their own things. Okay. Teach your kid before high school is one great way to market your shop and craft. Once the kid knows how to tell somebody else for you 4 years. Ah. If he wants to learn. I have a son. He's a little over 1 year old now, which is crazy because time goes fast. But being able to teach a profitable skill early on in life, I think we'll probably end up doing that. Because you kind of don't, it gets confusing. Where's my yellow? Did I put that somewhere like in here? Oh, I did. That's what I'm looking for. Because like just going and like getting whatever job, like while you're going to school or something, like, hey, I want to learn this. Being able to tint or having a skill in your back pocket that you can lean on that just makes more money than getting a whatever job. Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. Have something before. Get something. Get some skill under your belt. If you want to pursue something else, heck yeah, go for it. But being able to just have a skill that you can rely on, even if while you're getting into something else, makes all the sense in the world. What were you doing before? Well, I don't have like a super extensive job history. Most of it's window tinting, but for a little bit of time, hey! Oh, these cutouts are stupid good. Ooh, smoky.
Wayne Hawk super chatted $4.99. Best decision I have ever made. Detroit Tint Studio on the wife new car this spring.
Ha! Heck yeah. Wayne, thank you so much. These cutouts are good. That made that so much easier. Oh, I love it. Wayne with the 5. Thank you so much. Best decision I've ever made. Detroit Tint Studio on the wife's new car for this spring. Love it. Thank you so much for bringing it in. And thank you for the super. That's cool. I didn't know if there was going to be this crossover here, but I'm super glad to see it happen. I had a crazy idea. That was to like live stream all the work. And I thought it was cool. And other tinters definitely seem to appreciate it. So I figured we were on a good track. And now that it's kind of branching out to customers and stuff, it's cool to see. All right, these patterns are really good, but man, are they tight. So every little squeegee can potentially like shift this. So we want it to just kind of like settle. And then we'll squeegee the rest out. Remind me. What were you talking about? Let me do the other side. And we'll let this side kind of just settle here. Because looking through this way, that's where you are in the driver's seat. So as a tinter, I'm looking this way. Can I see any gaps? No. You want to look at it this way too, because that's where the driver is. Oh yeah, teaching how to tint when you're young, or just having a skill to fall back on. Oh yeah, and then what was my job history? That's what it was. Nothing crazy. I was working at a Dairy Queen. That was the second job. First job was Quiznos for 2 weeks, and screw that. That was one of the most awkward working experiences ever. It was just like, I was with a, it was with an Indian family. They were very nice people, but I didn't speak their language, so most of the time I was just kind of like standing there awkwardly. And, you know, you got to know how to obviously pull all the sandwiches together, but I was getting like $5.50 an hour. And then you think like, oh, Quiznos, maybe they'll give me like a free sandwich. No, it was 50% off. So I was making $5.50 an hour, half off a sandwich, and it was right around lunchtime. So if I decided to get a sandwich, it's my entire hour right there. And then it was like, it was high school. So it was like, you know, you come in after school, you work here for a couple hours, then you go home and you do your homework. That's what they told me. I'm like, bro, I got a car to pay for. I can't do that $5.50 an hour working for like 2 hours. I need more hours. So, but the way I look at jobs is always have your foot in one door, and as you're trying to approach something else, some people just dive in, and that's all well and good. He's nervous to do that. So I had the job, and I was just looking for another job. So then I walked into a Dairy Queen, and then talked to the store manager, and then that's how I got that job. Dairy Queen was fun. Worked there for like a year and a half while I was going to high school, and then I valeted on the weekends. Then out of high school, went to, like a year after high school, I went to, oh, please don't. I hope this is okay. No, it doesn't look like it. Hopefully it is. Shit. Oh, wait, maybe it is. Did we get it? We'll see. The point on this one, we might have to recut this. That top corner is always the question. As long as we can get it all to lay down. Ooh, we got it. It laid down. Heck yeah, it wasn't pushing. Sweet, it just needed to be sweeped out. Cool, there you go. So I worked at Dairy Queen for like a year and a half, and then started working at my dad's company, which was automotive accessories company. So I started detailing there during the summertime. So, you know, got a car, would go out there, had no idea what detailing even was. That was the business growing up. So I was like going to work for the family business. Window tinting was a thing there at the time, but it wasn't anything I was looking to install. Like I'd go there, and then there was like a grumpy window tinter who pretty much stayed to himself most of the day. He definitely didn't want to teach anybody, and it wasn't anything I was looking to get into. So I was detailing, and then I was going to aviation mechanics school a little later on, a year after I graduated high school. So that was a thing. Finished aviation mechanics school, and then I was tinting at the time. But how I got into it was that window tinter, he was good. He was really good. He just didn't want to teach anybody. He got another job offer from the company literally right next door to like start. Like they were a bigger chain company. So he got an offer to basically head their entire window tinting program. And so he jumped on board with that. That was a colossal failure as far as starting a program with a company. But he still got paid pretty decently. And he had a lot of gripes with my dad's company, so no worries. So then they asked me if I wanted to learn. They brought somebody else in the company that also knew how to tint. So that's how I got my start there. Where's the noise? There's the noise.
Johnny Byres super chatted $3.90. Would a shop take a person on to learn for a year or two knowing they have your own biz on the side and are going to leave? Would you even tell them?
Thank you. Thank you for the super. That's a good question. It entirely depends on the company. Most no. This is just broadly speaking. So let's say you're pretending to do that. I'm the business owner. You're applying to work here, right? Well, if it's slim pickings and I don't have any other choice, would a shop take a person to learn for a year or two knowing that they have their own biz on the side and they're going to leave? I'm not going to put time into teaching you just so I can teach you better to go out on your own. That's not, and that investment doesn't make sense to me. The areas where I've heard this work a little bit better is if you need you are a tinter and you have your own business, but you're going to another shop to supplement a handful of days a week. Then you're already a help to the shop. You know what to do. And then you if you want to tell them that you have your own side business or whatever, then then that's their decision to hire you or not. Where you're coming from is what a lot of people are looking to do, looking to get paid for training. So you can make a living and you can learn the skill and then you want to go out. But me as a business, I wouldn't want to know that ahead of time. I just wouldn't, because I wouldn't invest time into you, because it is a lot of cost as a company to get somebody up to speed over the course of, let's say, a year, and then you're competent and then I can rely on you, and then all of a sudden you're like, I'm going to start my own thing now. Well, fuck me, I'm starting over again. If it was, even, so I applied at Taco Bell. And even Taco Bell told me, we're looking for people that are not looking for summer jobs. We're looking for people that are here to last, who want to turn Taco Bell into a career. And I kind of giggled. I was like, seriously? They're like, yeah, that's what we want. We want people that see a future here. So, especially in some type of a skilled trade, that makes that really, really difficult. But I also think shops aren't a lot of them aren't super great because they expect to pay somebody kind of like a low tier wage, and then they're like a significant chunk of their business, right? Because if you only have like one good installer one halfway decent installer, which is what a lot of shops are. Well, that good installer then looks at the whole business thing and feels undervalued, and then obviously goes to start his own thing because it just makes sense. And then what you realize is there's a lot more to having a shop than just the jobs coming in. And so it feels easy when everything's running nice. It's not. I don't think it's incredibly difficult. But you can definitely do it either way. So just keep going on your own. Well, I mean, you can go get a job at another shop. I just wouldn't necessarily tell them I'm thinking about leaving. But kind of going back to what I said about Taco Bell, I mean, if they're not going to hire somebody that thinks that, you know, hey, yes, my future is going to be here. This is where I want my life career to be, is at this store right here. Like, that's what they want to hear. So, like, I don't know. And who knows? Maybe they'll grow as a company and you want to stay with them down the road. Okay, so we got a windshield to do. It's that time. Everything else is pretty awesome. We're going to put the brake light back a little later, probably when we're all wrapped up with everything. So we're just gonna close some stuff up, and then what do you think? Should we swoop this thing around? I don't think we have to, but I think I will anyways. So we want to. Chat wants to drive. I guess I should open the door. Yeah, let me do that. Make it nice and cold in here. Okay. I'm gonna have to take my earpiece off for a minute. We're gonna open the door. We're gonna pull this out. Might be able to just swoop this whole thing around in here. Oh God, what happened? I didn't know that was going on. All right, my earpiece is right there. Let's pull this sucker out and flip it. Nice clear windshield. It's cold in the D. That's cool. Look at that. Look at that split right there. That's nice. It's those little touches. This was not here earlier. It was all melted and like a little bit of ice. Not fun. Well, that was fun. You guys have a good time? Let me get my earpiece back. You don't do snow sports? No. No, I like snowboarding. There we go. We all good? I think we're connected still. I like snowboarded a handful of times when I was in like high school. That was fun. I like skateboarding too when I was younger. I just don't do it now. Like, I think I only went for one season too. And at the time, like, snowboarding was expensive. It was like, you know, when you get paid minimum wage and then you got to pay $30 for a lift ticket and then food and whatnot, like, all that shit's so expensive. But I scored a Burton board. It was a Burton twin, so it was a little small, but I scored a board, boots, and bindings for like $200 from like somebody in my neighborhood. There was a garage sale and they didn't use it anymore, so I like, oh, I need it. So I got it. Pro Nano 50. That's what we need. Look at that. It's right there. K5. Yes, sir. You know, I don't think I've done one in this red yet. This looks really good in this lighting. I always, like, I really like the accent lighting that they put in with the turn signals and stuff. They did a really nice job on this. Ooh, it's the GT line. That's why it's more fancy than a lot of the other K5s. I think we've done a couple fancy ones. I'm a little sad I haven't seen a Stinger in a while. As soon as I got I had a handful of Stingers, and then I got a K5, and then I've had nothing but K5 since. I don't think I've had a Stinger since. How much do you charge for this one? This one's $650. All ceramic. So this is what that 50% is gonna look like. No, you know what I just thought of? Pretty sure that roll right there is also the 50 that was too short on that other Audi. That would have fit on this one. So I know it's going to be a little hard to tell here with all this, but I've got a white cover right there, and it's black right there. So this is kind of like that overcast weather. So I can see like the steering wheel. I can see the driver, so if somebody's sitting there, I could definitely see it. But you get a lot of reflections and stuff from the sky, because that's where it's angled, right? This way, sky's up this way, all that bouncing, hitting your eyeballs. So it's kind of like, it's a smoky look, like look at how much of the interior that I can see. But from a distance, with just like in passing, it looks a little darker than what you might think. But lighting plays a big role in that. I like it. I think it's super good. Oh, should probably just change this out. No! I like it a lot. That's what we aim for. Cool. We have done our job. Extra for the art of hand cutting. It's just kind of like, you know, I need to change my pricing. I get some customers that are like, wow, that's a really good price. And I'm like, oh shit, if you're telling me that, what did you pay here? And they're like, this cost me a little over $1,000. And I'm like, motherfucker. I'm cheap. I don't feel like it. But in some aspects, it's like, I've been around the $250 to like $450 range for so long with other shops. Add an interior, exterior detail for full car with ceramic at $9.99. Interesting. It's just crazy though, because pricing's so interesting to see at different places. There's some shops that charge a lot, and they just like have nothing but nice cars, and they're like completely full. And then there's some shops that charge $99, and they're not full at all. Do you use a plotter? We did on the quarter windows. That's about as far as that usually goes. It was a lot of dollars. Let me look. Oh no. Hang on. I think my battery died. Let me swap this out. Alex Harmonzi taught me that. $4.99, $4,999, not $5,000 for interior and exterior detail with full car ceramic job, full front with PPF only, and those two price difference, $9.99 and $4.99. Interesting. Interior, exterior, and full front PPF. Oh, $4.99 for full front and ceramic. That's a lot. That's actually not as, like, that's expensive. But like front end PPFs, were those like 25 maybe? And then full interior, exterior. Okay, I guess that makes more sense. I think we were charging at the time when we were doing PPF. Sometimes they do like 18 to like 2, but often I would tell them to do like 25 for at least the front end of a car. Like full hood, full bumper, mirrors, pillars sometimes, fenders obviously, just all the little bits on the front. That made a lot of sense. That's weird. Okay. Let me plug this back in. Oh, I don't think it was plugged in all the way. I don't know. Maybe. Maybe not. It says it's good. So cam link. Oh, duh. I'm so dumb. Yep. I don't know if you did or not, but thank you. Thank you, Johnny. Did you experiment where they let people try the same bottle of wine? 3X, but the tasters put the same bottle in 3 different bottles, causing people to choose. Yeah, pricing definitely changes perception a lot. You're right. It does. It definitely does. When you're gonna like short yourself on that. I'm so I come from like the garage to up front. So I always talk more about like features and things and like the differences between one and the other. I just kept my mouth shut. No, this one's better, more heat and looks cooler and all that, but that's just not what I do. But at the end of the day, it's like no matter which one you go with, you're going to be happy with all of them. But this one, for sure. That heat difference from ceramic to any of the other ones, there is a substantial difference there. And it's one of those things where when you drive with it, you can't, like, driving without it is then weird. You notice it a lot more in other cars. So you often see like ceramic on a car, and then all of a sudden they'll get like other things tinted in ceramic because it's like, oh man. Just food for thought. To help expand quickly or just offer value, the price difference is what attracts higher paying customers. I agree. I agree. Because you're not sampling, you're just going for one. So like if what you get is good and you paid a lot for it, yeah, you feel like it was worth the value if you haven't been able to compare it to other stuff. I agree there. What's the point of ceramic? Keeps you cool. You taught me how to tint out of my garage as well, and you should know that you've helped many people. Many people provide for their families. Thank you. Aw. Well, you're welcome. Okay. How do you get rid of a crease on a windshield? You throw a new piece and start again. Because the crease on a windshield is, I mean, you can press all the air out, but you'll see the line on the inside. It's one reason, like, so if you do that on a back window, you can touch it up, and you'll usually be more okay because it's a back window. It's hard to see from the outside. You can kind of see it from the inside, but you're not putting your head up there. Windshield is the hardest one because you're literally staring at it all the time, especially if something's in the driver's line of sight. It gets really, really annoying really fast. That's what makes windshields so tough. They're big. There's lots of chances for little things to get in there. So do everything you can. What the fuck is that? Tint. How long does that work for? Sorry, I had to address something. I don't know how long that works for, though. GoPro. Does that still work? That still works. We haven't used it this whole stream. Glass Aid? Well, we got it in stock. Unlike most of summertime last year. We got lots of it now. It was kind of interesting bringing on some distributors too. Distributors are all different. So, I guess, I don't know, should I name distributors? There was one distributor who is a big distributor that pulled it in last year, and then we obviously ran out of stock. It was not because of them. But then they talked like a really, really big game. Their orders definitely went up pretty quickly. But their orders were pretty small in the beginning too. And then they started like ramping them up. And then all of a sudden like there was a hold on it and they haven't really ordered much since. Some distributors are good. Some of them, I don't know. They got too many other things to focus on. There we go. He also has a YouTube channel. People don't want to spend the 98 cents. Love you all the hustlers out there. Oh, Alex sells his book, 100 million offers for 99 cents. Highly recommend any tinters looking for it. That's interesting. There's like a handful of books that I need to read or listen to. Getting lots of business perspective is really helpful. All right, so we got a windshield cut out. We're gonna touch it up. Then we got to put a big towel on the dash, and we're gonna install it. So this is a for sure reverse roll, like all the other ones. There we go. Sweet. Can we just leave it there? Can we just leave it on the outside? That'd be great. If I could be done at this point. Just because. I think it would be cool. Exterior film. fuzzy side. Let's get that out of the way. So we do get to use one of these towels on a dash. I need something to tuck this in. This is like back heavy. We'll try and tuck it as good as we can. It's not a super deep dashboard. Ooh, panel stick. Where were you? Oh, this is my squeegee one. Oh, heck yeah. Remember I put a little squeegee in a panel stick? Alright, I guess we're gonna use it. Yeah, let's just use it like this. I don't know where my other ones are, though. I like this little stitching thing. Ah, shit. Not a lot of them have that. It's like my most annoying thing about towels is just like getting them tucked into the spot where I'm not gonna... Wow, this one doesn't want to tuck in. You little bitch. There we go. Okay, we got it. There we go. As long as you have a good way to kind of tuck it in and keep it out of the way, then I like them. Been told to flip it over. But the tighter the dash, the harder that is to do. Ah! Well, that was fun. I'm not super proficient with tucking in towels. This one pulls out really easily too. There we go. Uses soak rope for the first time. I was amazed. Yeah, kind of scary then when you think of it, right? Like you tint a whole windshield and you're like, oh, that amount of water was like going into the whole thing. That's terrifying. Yeah. Okay, a bit more, a little bit more. I need like towel tucking lessons because this is a problem that I get into with my edges. I try and flip some of them over. See how this is all good? It's kind of what you want, like a slim profile. And then it's easier for me to just keep things going the way that I was. Then I can get everything nice and flat. But because the edges are all straight too, you got more that you gotta tuck or kind of maneuver out of the way. And you just don't want it to get in your way, so you just gotta keep it nice and flat. That way you're not gonna let it hang up. Cool, that's pretty good. I think this should be pretty okay. Everything's covered. Doesn't look like it's really gonna get in my way at all. It's a good toe, good toe. Throw these back in the back seats. And let's start. That. What are pads? I got so many pads. I gotta throw some of these out. Let's take one of these. This has a nice backing on it. Clay bar. Take a clay bar. The only other tool that we really need is this guy. Anything else? I didn't see any stickers, so that's a good thing. Where's my other one? Oh yeah, there it is. Let's put this on here too before we start getting things too wet. Moving around a lot on the seat. Gonna pull in some film. Keep stuff dry. Also, get my tool belt out of the way. That's always nice. So here, this This bit pinches. This part's nice and kind of away from the glass, but this part pinches, so gotta remember that. Yeah, the seat covers are just a little extra thing. With the water getting sprayed, it's just something nice to like have extra covered and moving around a lot on the seat too. So just try and keep them nice. You know, I don't think anybody's gonna worry about a Malibu so much unless it's like fabric and you drip water on it and then it just doesn't dry and then they're sitting on a wet seat. That's not fun. But yeah, nicer seats especially. These seat covers, I don't know, I searched like towel seat covers and I found these ones on Amazon. I was kind of looking all over the place. And I like them, they're real simple. They just, like literally they have some good side coverage. You can just throw them over a headrest, so they're very fast. And rather than getting like, you know, like people use painter's tape for side seals, you know, they sell buckets and buckets of the plastic seat covers, but they kind of stick to you and they shift around. So they're good for like brand new cars, but when you're sitting up here kind of working on it, they're always like kind of shifting out of the way and like off the seat the more you like have to wiggle. So that's why I came across these ones. Uh-oh, we lost the keys. We should put those there. How long do the scrub pads last? It's tough to say. A while. It's hard to be a little more specific than that. Like you can pull them off the pad and switch them around. So I can take this and like it's Velcro, so you could use this side too. I'll replace it after I start using them for glue. Like, so if I gotta remove some window tint or whatever, but just like general scrubbing, you kind of gradually press them more and more flat. So basically until you feel like they're not scrubbing so much, just like a dishpan scrubber. You know, there's a point where like, okay, a fresh Scotch-Brite pad is gonna work way better than this thing that's just kind of been worn out. So there isn't any set amount of time, just whenever it feels less useful. Same thing with like clay bars, same thing with almost everything. Just whenever it feels less useful. Because like with I think with the Triage cards, like somebody was asking me about the Triage cards, they just last for a long time until you really start roughing them up. So if you have dirty window seals, like you're constantly jamming them into dirt and stuff. So the more you do that, faster they're gonna wear out. So if you're just a little bit more careful, they'll last longer. But you know, when you're doing more work, you're making more money. Cards aren't really that expensive, so don't be afraid to change them out. Other side. Kia Vegas, how you doing? They just caught your name. What an appropriate stream to tune in for. We're doing 50. We changed it. It was 70. It was no windshield. Then it was 70. Now it's 50. And that was all agreed upon over live stream chat messages, which is just funny. Because if it was an impersonator, yikes. Okay, so that is all pulled, laid back down. Re-wet this just a little bit so it's fresh. Keep this also in my pocket, or just easily accessible, because we're gonna want to spray it just a little bit more. You know what I hate? That makes no sense to me sometimes. How does the tint lock down to the windshield in such a way where I can't even like pry it up with a fingernail, but I can get the liner just fine, and then like I gotta try and get it from somewhere else. It doesn't happen often, but when it does happen, I'm always surprised. I was gonna say, what if it wasn't the guy? Well, we know the rest of the car is 20%, so that's a good thing. If it's not, then we're gonna be a little nervous here, because then we did like a free 50% windshield. I didn't say that. My son said it. Oh. Yikes. Is 50 noticeable? Is 50 noticeable to cops? I like that question. I'm sure they would notice, but do they care? That's the real question. And I can't answer that. I can tell you just based on removals that I've had to do. I can't think of a single time I've had to remove 50 because of a ticket. I don't do hardly any removals anyways. And I know like people get popped for whatever, but I just can't remember a single time where I had to redo 50. I can tell you my brother got pulled over one time for like 35 on his front doors. And then he got angry. He said, screw it. If I'm gonna do 35 and get pulled over, which would make you think like, oh, I'm gonna go lighter next time. He was like, I'm just gonna do what I wanna do. And I'm gonna replace that with 20. That was a good response. Not necessarily. Yeah, like if you're gonna get, for me, state troopers more than anything, yes, I agree with that. But it just kind of depends on where you are. Like, so if you're just like casually driving around and then there's one that kind of like tails you and he saw the front, then yeah. Yeah, I'd say your chances in that case are probably pretty good. If you're going by on the freeway with so much other traffic, I don't think so. It's just kind of luck of the draw where you are. You know, you drive somewhere where you're not normally. Like this is what would happen to me. I'd like go into work later or something like that. Like something would be different about that day. That's when I would that's when I would get a ticket. I got pulled over 10 a.m. like 10:30 a.m. in the morning. I was told to like come into work later. Okay, no problem. It's 10 o'clock in the morning. I had auto headlights for whatever reason. On a bright sunny day, they were on. Actually, I think they were just always on when the car was on. It was on a G5. And then I had HIDs that I didn't even want. So my driver's headlight kept going out. Look, it's done. You guys, no bubbles. So it was either have one headlight out or drive with blue headlights for like a couple days, well, until they get the new color or the regular color back in stock. So I was like, sure, just throw them in. 10:30 in the morning, got pulled over. Got pulled over for my headlights. Bright sunny day. I'm like, are you kidding me? Hey, you can't drive with these. It's daytime. I'm getting them fixed. Well, still can't drive with them, sorry. Two of my brothers know how to tint. I have a decent sized family. So I'm child number 3. So I have 2 older brothers, 1 younger brother, and 2 younger sisters. So my older brother, the one right above me, he tints, and the one right underneath me, he tints too. So they're over at my dad's shop. My dad doesn't tint though. He used to do accessories and stuff. He was a hard worker. But then he saw like the business side of things and just saw what they were doing wrong and was like, hey. And then he eventually like took over a business and then created his own and then grew from there. 6 kids, your dad was a busy man. Yep. So I have one son right now. I am not looking to have near that many kids. But, oh my God, one kid is a lot of work. 6, whew, crazy. I have 2 younger sisters and an older brother. Nice. Yeah, I had a hand in teaching both of them. I was kind of like the first to like get into it just because I was working at my dad's place. But it's fun. It's funny working with family. My younger brother will tell you all the times that I would yell at him. But I wasn't, I don't know. I wasn't the best at teaching him. I know that. But I think there was one guy he really got along with. And that's when he really started. Like, I think he started a couple things. Like, he started getting the hang of it, making more money. And that kind of made him take it a lot more seriously. And then he had a really good, you know, working with family can be tough. So he's super good now. Don't lie, it sucks working with family. Oh, I won't kid about that. Yeah. There's good and bad from it. So most of my working career was like early on, like automotive was only working with family. But I'm weird. Like, I always saw the video media side of it, and I knew there was more there. Just kind of like, I guess you could say my dad, because he was at an auto accessories company, and then he actually took over that and then turned it into his own franchised company, and then went on to open like I think up to 18 stores before like the big recession in 08. So I got my start there, but we're not the same company because we don't see things the same way. there's always like this overlap that sounds really cool, but anything that we've kind of tried hasn't really worked out. So I don't want his customers. If I wanted to, I think I could turn into an Auto Tint City and get a lot of phone calls tomorrow. But I don't really want those phone calls, I don't think. So that's why I started Detroit Tint Studio. I wanted to build a place where I could take a lot more time and then also kind of see if there was some sort of like something I could do to continue the media side of things. Screw that Kia, those quarters are annoying. Yep, I agree. Get a plotter, it'll make those way easier. I've hand cut a whole bunch of them. I know exactly what it's like. And when the cutouts for the plotter work out, oh my God, so much better. So there's this little like, I don't want to screw this up. Like I said, it like, there we go, I think. There's like, okay, it's good. This bit right here is hard plastic from here to here. And then there's this little like area where you can sneak a tool in. So just getting the film under that to kind of like look nice and seamless and everything, and then you round it off. Good, very good. But I don't want to go up to that camera system because, I mean, you can't even get to the lens to wipe it off. So, like, what the hell am I going to end up doing to it in the long run? I don't know. Don't want to exactly have to get a recalibration if we don't have to. So let's look this all over. Oh, but yeah. So there's definitely like pros and cons. If you kind of all see, if you kind of all see like on the same page, like if you're all on the same page, then it's cool. So like his goal is to just build a big company, potentially franchise it. Again, like he was doing with Auto Ameristar, which is cool. But I always needed a lot more time to do what I wanted to do. But what I wanted to do at the time doesn't pay the business bills. So it didn't make sense for the business. So then they pull in car after car after car after car. That's the business that they want to be. And the more tinters that they have, the more cars that they're going to pull in. I am holding my breath on this, but as far as I can tell, this looks really, 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 really good. Heck yeah. Yep. Yep, this looks really good. I don't have to pull it back or nothing. That always makes me happy when I don't have to, like, pull the film back. Ooh, okay, so this towel. We haven't done this towel yet, and we kind of shoved it in a lot. So hopefully it'll just, like, pull out of here all nice and gentle. I'm going to pause, get to the other side, because there's times that it was literally on a Tesla Model Y. It was pulling the soak shield out of the dash, and in the middle, it flipped the whole thing up and creased and put a fuzzy right in the windshield. So dumb. So we're gonna take this easy. I like soak shields a lot, and I still use them. My problem with a soak shield is just trying to get that sucker back out, so you can use like a slim foot or like another long profile plastic tool to kind of help with that. But some of these, like an Audi, oh, it pinches so tight in those corners that you have to kind of almost decide between like just being extra safe on the windshield or just going for it. So I'll usually put a rope there or a towel, leave it shoved in, and if I feel like it's too tight, I'll get the whole thing clean, and then right before I go to install it, I'll just pull it back up so I know I can get the film in there. Because tinting it twice would be way worse. Twice the amount of water. No fun. All right, well, let's start cleaning some stuff up. We got to put the headrest back. We got to put the third brake light back. Probably just do a little bit of touch up, and then everything's going to be done. That was nice. I'm always happy when a windshield goes according to plan. What time is it? 2:30? not too bad. So that's 10:30, 11:30, 12:30, 1:30, 2. Well, no, started at 10:30, 11:30, 12:30, 1:30, 2:30. This is about 4 hours. Which is kind of what I plan for with a full car with a windshield now. What happened, guys? I got slow. Well, I used to be faster. I got owner syndrome now. Guys know owner syndrome. When you actually own a business and then you rely on everybody else to be faster, but we don't have faster people, so we just move slower. You don't need to be fast, I know. But when you're working in a shop, generally a car like this, in and out, probably 2.5 to like 3 hours is what I'd be shooting for. Cool. All right, where's my tool set? I guess we gotta make space back on the table again. I'm so organized. So organized. Okay, this was a 10 mil, which is what everything on a car is. It's always 10 mil, 10 or 13. Why did we think it was different? I don't know. All right. So all we did, if you remember, we pulled this headliner down. So these are the 3 push pins here. Headliner literally pops down a little bit, gives you plenty of room. Gives you plenty of room. If you guys can see, there's 3 bolts. There's 1, 2, and 3. One back here. So what's really nice is you just loosen up the bolts. And you can kind of just press lightly against the headliner. Please don't tell me I'm loosening them. Wait. No, it should be tightening them. Why does this seem like it's not doing that? No, it's definitely tight. Maybe we just loosened it up a whole bunch. Oh, God, really? Alright, well, forget what I said. So, that's loosen, that's tighten. Okay, now it's magically going in the right direction. That's what I was doing initially. Alright, whatever. So you can prop this headrest, that was the point. Prop this headrest against it. Or the deck lid. There you go. You're all tight. Go to the 3rd one. Let's get it in place. Wiggle, 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 wiggle. Tight. Good. That's all back in. Imagine trying to put those bolts back up. And then, here you go. Headliner is all back where it needs to be. Yep. Sweet. There you go. Now I can put these headrests back in. Oh, I didn't even need to flip the seats down. How about that? Or maybe I did. There's that. There's that. Tools go back in tool spots. And then next year, this won't be a thing anymore because everything will be everywhere. Give it a walk around, probably some light touch-up spots. I expect there to be just a little bit more on the windshield because we just put that on, so let that settle. But dang, that's looking good. Let's pull the keys out. Don't lock anything. I don't even know if you can. I say that looks pretty dang good. Is it back glass tinted? Yes, for sure. So we ended up doing 20 on all the sides in the back, and then we went with a 50% on the full windshield. All ceramic. Is that good? Squat down a little bit. We still got white towels sitting on the front, so it's gonna make the front pop a little bit more right now than the back. Back is pretty enclosed and dark. Nice. A little bit here. That heat up for a minute. Where's the short ones? Oh, do we dare? I know I got a bunch of them. Do we dare use a purple? I always like the purples. Purples are like my favorite. Until we get that green one in. My this guy. I knew I saw a new one. I always like the gator blade. Gator blade's great for little touch-ups too. Triages are kind of like medium. Gator blades are harder. So you really need to just iron something out. This little edge on a gator blade, super helpful. Just so seals are so deep. Point is just to get all the air out. If you do that, everything's amazing. So triages just don't quite get that if they're deeper seals. Okay, so for the sake of one final look. We're gonna pull the towels out. So, reference. Look at that. Look at this. So I can see that. So it kind of makes it feel a little bit brighter. Like when you can see objects and stuff. If I get up on this, I can see all this. But everywhere that's black is gonna look much darker. Right? So now, when you step back here, it kind of appears that the windshield's going to be a little bit darker, but it's very overcast in here. This is literally just bright white ceiling sitting down on this. So that's 20 all the way around with 50 on the windshield. That looks good. Hey! Good timing. That was nice. Well done. Well, RGC. Canon. RGC. Good timing.
RGC super chatted $9.99.
Whoa. This is just so fun right now. Awesome job. Thank you. It does. I like the red. I like the red a lot. This looks really good. Turned out nice. This lighting is super cool too. I wonder what it will look like without. So this is like a real soft light. I don't know if this will make a difference because I never do this on camera. But like if I pull this. Oh, they just made this. So I have like ring lighting essentially around this whole car. That's a sharp light because it's not through like a big old diffuser. Let me do something real quick. So when you pull it outside, it's got, so I understand it's really dark here, but now you can see how the light is a lot sharper. That is what it normally looks like without a diffuser. So if you get rid of this, you have lots of overhead lights. This will just be brighter and all the lights are going to be sharper. So when you see it outside, that's kind of like, it almost looks like a little foggy, I guess. Still really, really good with the soft lighting, but the stronger that soft lighting is, like if I bring it up towards the ceiling, it'll sharpen everything up. This is what it looks like with just like some nice sharp lighting on it. Looks really good. That color, ooh, that color, that's pretty much like what we have on our van right now. It's like that dark tone red. I want the blue K5, but I gotta settle for red. Inventory's tough right now. Pick passion red. It looks good. I still go for like, I know it's a little overdone, but the black and white aesthetic is always my favorite. Like so white paint, black trim, black accents. But it's nice to see. It's nice to see all these different ones. So like the dark reds I think are pretty strong. There's like this gray that looks really good. That's pretty strong. The white. And then these handful of colors that go by, but for the most part, I always stick to the wolf gray. Yeah, that one. Mm-hmm. It looks good. If you don't want to go with a white car, that might be what I ended up going with. But like on our Sienna van, we got a color very similar to this, and that was really inventory issues. We were looking at white ones, and we were like, ooh, might have to get white on that too. But the red one still looked pretty strong, and it was available, so. Hi from Bulgaria. Wow, that's a long way. Welcome. So I hope you guys have fun. I had fun. Everything went well on this. So Wayne, it is definitely all set to come pick it up. I'd call you, but you already know. I'm gonna shout out some super chats and get ready to close out here. You know what would be really cool, but I don't think I can do it in a garage like this? I always thought it'd be really cool to, like, basically have that, like, it's completely black in the background so you can't see anything other than the car. Maybe I just have to do, like, I don't know. I'd have to just do really bright lighting here and it'd have to be all dim back there, but I think the GoPro would ruin it. But starting out, I always thought that would be really cool if you could do that somehow. I'm on my way to do a ceramic job right now at a body shop. No one's working, so no dust to worry about. Oh, that's good. Body shops are one of my worst experiences. You can't even believe that some people can't even wrap their head around it when you explain it. So, like, for the most part, you can tint in a lot of spaces without much problems because there's not a lot of exposure time. So you clean off the glass, peel the tint, spray it, you stick it in. Yeah, there's little dust particles and whatnot, but most of that's pretty, like, non-existent. But at a body shop, while they're working on cars, holy shit. I had this one guy, he just, like, like a E150 van, pulled it up facing me and was just air gunning the whole thing. And it's just, my window was completely peppered. Like, the whole car was disgusting. And I'm just like, we told them, we said we need to try and keep, like, we need to be in a spot where there's not going to be dust. Just, and then called it a day. Couldn't do anything else about it. Not going to fix that shit. Body shops, they don't understand. Even when you try and explain. Did a window on a repair for them last week. The owner booked a full car. Nice. That's how that works. When like, all of a sudden they have somebody, like, so this is a good way to break into, like, tinting for other companies and stuff. It's like you only need a little in with them. They just know they got a guy to call now. So if they're, like, flexible enough to work with you and, like, you know, have reasonable expectations, you know, he's doing the car on the weekend, so everything should be great, right? You get lots of room in the body shop. But they might call around, find a guy that can come out and fix one window. Okay, cool. He came out to fix one window. Then all of a sudden their mind's like, oh, hey, this guy wants tint. This guy wants tint. This guy, and then they'll start, some companies will start just lining up work for you. And then you work out a program with them. It's really good. That's how we ended up doing, like, a lot of the mobile gigs that we were doing. So, nice. Very nice. Alrighty. So we're going to shout out some super duper chats. Super duper. And I think we're going to call it a day. All right. So big thank you to RGC, Johnny, Wayne, who is the owner of this car, by the way. Really appreciate that. And then there's the Truth, which is a username. Jose, David, Jose, Daniel. Thank you guys so much for the support today. I greatly appreciate it. And any of the members. I don't know if there was any that joined today. No new members today, but thank you all. Face Window Tinting joined as a member. So that was cool. For those of you that don't know, we have a little Facebook membership thingy. And only a handful of people. Oh, hang on. Only a handful of people have shot me some business info for the Find a Tinter map. So if you are a member and you do have business info, please send that. Fill out the TintWiz link because we got 4 people on there. Look at that. We got a nice little spacing here. We got me. We got Alligator down in Claremont, Florida. We got SK Mobile in Texas. And then we got Face Window Tinting over in California. I like to give you guys nice, pretty profiles, too. I mean, look at that, right? And if you got website descriptions, I go to your website and I try and pull hours and your descriptions and stuff. SK didn't have much that I could find. But, I mean, look. See? Isn't that great? I like it. So if you have a picture, if you have any info you want me to add, I'm more than happy to. And then those, I know we showed them, but we're doing Tint Studio Triages here soon. I'm excited for those. Probably will be here sometime next week, if not early the week after. Not exactly sure, but they should be done pretty soon here. Alrighty, guys. You have a good weekend. I'm going to sign off here, and I will be back either Monday or Tuesday. We will be back for another stream. Bye. Bye.